Tonight, we're diving into a chilling true camping story. A group of friends set out for a weekend in the woods, but only some of them came back. What happened deep in that forest still leaves questions unanswered. This is not just a campfire tale. It's a documented missing person case with details that will leave you uneasy the next time you step into the wild. Let's begin. My name is Harper Quinn. I am 31 years old, a freelance nature photographer who has spent the better part of the last decade moving from one wilderness to the next with a tent strapped to my back. I have documented grizzlies in Denali, glaciers calving into the sea in Alaska, elk herds moving like rivers in Yellowstone. My work appears sometimes in magazines that people flip through while waiting in airports, and occasionally I am invited to speak to college students about capturing the sublime. What I never tell them, what I have never written down until now, is that my most vivid memory from the wild is not a photograph. It is a night beside a lake in Olympic National Park when something shone above me that no camera could ever catch. The images are branded into my mind alone, and I wish I could burn them out. I arrived in Olympic in mid-August, the season when the Pacific Northwest feels like a secret gift to those who know it. The weather was clear, the air a little heavy with cedar and salt from the nearby ocean. My goal was to hike into the backcountry and photograph reflections of the Milky Way on one of the alpine lakes. I had scouted a spot 2 years before and remembered the way the ridgeline framed the water like a cup cradling stars. I packed light, a 3-day ration of food, my tent, sleeping bag, tripod, and 2 cameras. I signed in at the ranger station, spoke briefly with a seasonal ranger named Cole, who teased me about chasing ghosts with my long exposures, and then I set off up the trail. The climb took me most of the afternoon. I reached the lake, unnamed on most maps, just as the sun dipped behind the ridge. The surface was still as glass, catching fire in hues of orange and violet. I set camp on the shore, careful to follow, leave no trace. My tent tucked just within a cluster of firs. I boiled water, ate a pouch of dehydrated curry, and then began setting up my tripod. By 2100, the sky had grown black enough that the stars broke out in their millions, the Milky Way stretching its luminous spine from horizon to horizon. I lay on the damp grass with my camera, breathing in the high silence and feeling a gratitude that sometimes makes me ashamed, as if I had stolen a view meant for no human eyes. At 22:30, the first light appeared. At first I thought it was a plane, a steady glow moving above the ridge. Then it paused midair. My finger hovered over the shutter, but instinct told me not to move. The light brightened, then split into 3 smaller orbs that drifted apart and hovered above the lake. They were white, but not like headlamps or lanterns, more like the shimmer you see when sunlight hits quartz. They pulsed faintly, as if breathing. I remember the exact sensation that rolled over me, then not awe, not fear, but recognition. As if some old part of me, buried beneath skin and memory, had been waiting to see this. The orbs descended until they floated, just feet above the water. Their glow spread ripples of light across the lake's surface, shimmering in impossible patterns like veins or roots. The reflections moved faster than the actual orbs, lagging a heartbeat behind, like a video buffering on poor Wi-Fi. I told myself it was some atmospheric effect, trick of optics, but my heart hammered against my ribs with the terror of being watched. I took one photograph, then another. The camera shuddered loud as gunfire in the still night. On the third shot, the closest orb pulsed sharply, and my camera screen went black. I tried turning it back on. Nothing. The second camera, same result. Dead. Both batteries had been charged that morning. The lights began to circle one another slowly, tracing loops above the water. Then a sound came. Low at first, like wind moving through a hollow log. It swelled into something that resembled voices. Not words I could understand, but syllables layered on top of one another, a choir sung backward through water. My throat locked. I could not breathe. The air pressed down on me, and for a moment, I thought I was drowning on dry land. The orbs tightened their circles, moving faster, and the voice, sound deepened and vibrated the ground beneath my back. I remember scrambling to my feet, stumbling toward the tent, my hands shaking so badly I could not grasp the zipper. The orbs flared bright white, blinding me. Then the sound cut off. Silence fell, total and immediate, as though the forest itself had been muted. When my vision cleared, the orbs were gone. The lake was still again, black and starred, filled as if nothing had happened. I sat on the ground until my legs stopped shaking. My cameras were useless, both dead. I tried my phone, no service, but also no battery. I knew I had charged it too. I crawled into the tent, pulled the sleeping bag over my head, and told myself over and over that it was ball lightning, St. Elmo's fire, some rare meteorological event. Science is a raft we cling to in the flood of the unknown. But even as I whispered those words, I knew the raft had holes. Sometime in the night, I woke to a glow seeping through the fabric of my tent. My heart seized. The glow shifted across the nylon, like fingers of light searching for a way inside. Then came the hum again, low and rising, vibrating the aluminum poles. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside my head as much as outside. For a moment, I heard my own name. Not whispered, not shouted, just said. Calmly, precisely, Harper. I lay paralyzed, my breath shallow. The glow brightened until it painted the interior walls white. Then, slowly, it faded. When I dared unzip the flap, the forest was empty. The lake calm, the sky innocent with stars. I did not sleep again. I sat in the cold until dawn, watching the surface of the lake for the smallest ripple, listening for the faintest hum. When the first gray light filtered over the ridge, I packed my gear with clumsy haste. The cameras remained lifeless, their screens black. I hiked back down the trail without eating, without looking back, every nerve screaming to get out of that valley. At the ranger station, Cole raised his eyebrows when he saw me. Back already? Weather turn on you? I opened my mouth to speak, to tell him something, anything. But no words came. I handed over my permit and signed out. My signature shook so badly it barely resembled letters. Cole didn't comment. Maybe he'd seen that kind of look before. Maybe he knew better than to ask. That was the last time I camped alone in Olympic. And though I still carry my cameras, though I still take photographs of peaks and rivers and skies, I have never again pointed my lens at the night. Some things, I think, are not meant to be captured. Some things notice when you try. I drove as far as Port Angeles before my hands stopped shaking enough to trust a motel pen with a signature. The room was the kind with carpet that tries to be green and a framed print of a lighthouse you can't place. I set my cameras on the small round table and plugged in both chargers. The indicator lights stayed stubbornly dark for a long minute, then flickered to life begrudging. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched the tiny LEDs as if they were heart monitors. When they finally turned solid, I powered the bodies on. The screens woke up, menus intact, clocks reset to factory defaults, dates and times all wrong the way electronics do when they've been shocked into forgetting. The memory cards mounted. The folders were there. The files were not. Both cards showed the same betrayal. A neat list of directories, each empty. I ran a quick recovery from the camera's own menu. Nothing. I borrowed the motel's front desk computer after midnight with a promise to be quick and not to break anything. Downloaded a freeware recovery tool from a source I didn't trust and watched lines of file names scroll by like headstones. IMG to 1724. CR2. IMG to 1725. CR2 IMG 1726. CR2 recoverable, unrecoverable, corrupted, unknown. When the software finished, it had salvaged exactly 4 files. One opened into a block of digital confetti. 2 were 0 kilobytes, the idea of photographs without the fact of them. The 4th was an audio file the program didn't know how to name. I clicked play. The motel speakers hummed, and then deepened into that low, layered chorus from the lake, the one that had pressed my spine to the ground like a hand. At 7 seconds, something in the vibration brushed the inside of my ears, in a way hearing never should. And then, in a voice that sounded like calm air passing over glass, I heard my name, Harper. The file ended with a faint splash and a click, like a finger tapped a microphone from underwater. I could have checked out then and driven straight home. I could have thrown the cameras into the garbage and pretended I had lost them to a river or a thief. I did neither. I watched the progress bars fill with updates and the little fans inside the desk computer push warm, dusty air at my knees. And I told myself I'd make rational time of it. Once I was back in my apartment. Once the city put its hand on my shoulder and reminded me that most of the world obeys clocks and plumbing. Home, for me, is a 1-bedroom in Seattle that smells faintly like cedar, because I convinced myself that a closet rod would be enough forest to keep me sane between trips. I set the cameras on my kitchen table, pried the cards out, and let my own computer take a crack at them with better tools. The result was worse. The file tree showed a handful of items in AWAST. DR. Anonymous. Fragments, the system writes, when it doesn't know where a thing belongs anymore. I stitched them together in every configuration I could imagine. Sometimes the result would tease. A thin white vein on black. A scattering of stars that looked like home until the pattern repeated wrong. I tried the audio again through decent headphones. The hum grew teeth. Harmonics stacking until it felt like scaffolding built inside my skull. Harper. The voice said at 14 seconds this time instead of 7, as if the timing could be moved by my attention. When I finally stood up, the clock on my microwave read 1200. It always reads 1200 after a power outage. And I have not had a power outage in months. My phone lay on the counter where I'd left it the night before. I picked it up. The battery had the wide, shouldered look of a device that had been working while no one was watching. There was no signal, which happens even in the city, even on a clear day. There was a new voicemail with no number attached and a timestamp that made no sense. I pressed play. Silence. Then a hiss. Then the simple, precise tone of my name pronounced, as if by someone who had practiced it. My skin prickled across the forearms like I had walked into a cold mist. I set the phone down and turned the kitchen faucet on without meaning to. I cupped water in my hands and watched it. expecting to feel foolish. The surface trembled, then quivered against my palms like a small animal trying to escape. I let it go. The bowl in the rack. Caught the runoff and made circles that didn't move outward like ripples, should but inward, like the water, wanted to gather itself at a point I could not see. I told a version of the truth to a version of a friend. Zog works for a magazine and loves the part of my job that lets her commission spreads with words like majestic in the captions. When I called, she laughed at first, because I have told her a dozen stupid field stories about raccoons unzipping tents and owls stealing hats. And this sounded like that until it didn't. Earthquake lights, she said, trying on explanations as if they were jackets. Piezoelectric effect, rocks under stress releasing charge. Or sprites, the upper atmosphere kind. Or you were tired. That one fits most things. I could hear her typing. No aurora that far south last night? She said after a moment. No seismic events either. Not even an old truck hitting a telephone pole. Send me the files. I sent the audio. She wrote back with a single line, 2 minutes. Later, please tell me you edited your name in. I did not answer. Cole called the next morning. His number flashed and I let it ring. Once more than I should have before answering. He started with the tone Rangers use when they need something but don't want to make you feel like a suspect. Hey, Harper, you signed out in a hurry. Everything okay? I said yes. He paused like a good reader at a line break, then went on. We got a report last night from a party on the far side of your trail. Lights over the lake. They described look. They used words like orbs and singing, which I am dutifully entering into a government database that doesn't have boxes for those. He exhaled through his teeth. We also got a call this morning from a family. Their daughter didn't check in after her solo overnight near there. Could be nothing. Could be that she likes pancakes and overslept. But the timing is not my favorite. The quiet on the line wasn't silence. It was a weight he had set down between us so we could both measure it. Did you see anything? He asked finally. I saw lights, I said, because that was the smallest truth I could make. You want to come back in and make a statement? He asked, polite and inevitable. Maybe later today, I said, which meant maybe never. Copy, he said, and let it go the way Rangers let things go, when pushing would make a witness disappear. I tried to busy my hands with ordinary chores. Laundry. The shelf under the sink that has always a 1.5 degrees out of square. The hum kept finding me anyway. It came first through the bathroom fan, a soft plastic rattle, then settled into the walls the way a bass line finds the studs in old plaster. I turned the fan off. The hum stayed. I turned the main breaker off for the apartment. The hum stayed. It wasn't loud. That's what made it impossible to ignore. It threaded itself through quieter places in my head. Under the kettle's whistle. Inside the click my camera shutter makes when I test it with the lens cap on. At one point I thought I heard a second voice, speaking beneath the first. I leaned closer to the wall until my forehead touched paint. I couldn't make out words, only the shape of speech that had not learned how to lose its water. In the late afternoon, I set a shallow roasting pan on the kitchen table and filled it with an inch of tap water. I drew the blinds and shut the lights and stood there like an idiot waiting for a magic trick I hoped wouldn't work. For a long time, it didn't. My apartment was just an apartment. My reflection a bent rectangle in a home made darkroom tray. Then the water brightened, not from any source I could point to, but from its own skin. It was like someone had held a fluorescent light above it and then removed the bulb but asked the light to stay. Lines appeared, faint first, then insistent. Like roots, like veins, like the branching tributaries of a river seen from an airplane. The pattern matched nothing in my apartment and everything in my memory of that lake when the orbs had hovered low. The hairs on my arms rose. I whispered without meaning to, "I see you." The water shivered as if the seeing were reciprocal. I put my hand over the tray. The light did not go away. It bent around my fingers the way wind splits around a rock. I wanted to photograph it more than I ever wanted to photograph anything, but the last honest thing my cameras had done was die. And I knew the price of pointing a lens at a thing that has already noticed you noticing. I backed away. The light dimmed and then compressed, gathering itself at the center until the tray showed only a single bright pinprick, and then that too vanished. The hum remained, patient. When the sun went down and the city turned its own constellations on, I ran a bath and sat on the closed toilet lid like a man waiting out a storm in a hallway. The tub took a long time to fill, because I made it take a long time, checking the tap every minute, putting my hand under the stream, as if temperature could anchor a person to a world that knows how to boil. When the water was half full, the hum nudged the surface into corrugations I couldn't blame on the faucet. The ripples traveled toward the drain, met there, and did not cancel. A pale corona shone an inch off the surface like light trapped in varnish. "Harper," the voice said, not through the fan or the wall this time, but up through the water itself. Calm, precise, practiced, I pulled the plug. The water twisted into a vortex, and for a second the light held steady, in the center like an eye that had decided to be patient. I left the bathroom light on all night, because I knew it wouldn't help and I needed to do something. The missing hiker showed up in a news brief the next morning. 23, solo. Last check, in text from a saddle near the trail to an unnamed lake. Family concerned. The article had the starch of boilerplate. The stern plea for information, a number to call. Her photo looked like all the hopeful photos in those pieces. Bright sun, wind, tangled hair. The wide open grin of someone whose biggest fear is weather. I went to my pack and pulled out the slip of paper with the trail register code. I always jot in case. I need to find my own coordinates later. 2 names above mine, and 1 matched hers. She had signed in an hour and 12 minutes before me. I didn't remember passing her on the trail. People can tuck themselves into switchbacks like notes into books. I called Cole. "If I come in," I said, "I'll tell you what I saw." He didn't do the tone. He just said, "Copy," and gave me a time. On the drive north, the radio in my car went soft, and then dead as I crossed the Hood Canal Bridge. The dash clock blinked 1200. The water on either side of the span was flat and gray, and for a second, every pool and puddle on earth felt like a window someone could lean into. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles whitened and told myself to breathe like a person, not like a rabbit. In the ranger station conference room, I put the audio file on the table between us like a small, dangerous animal I had been asked to babysit. Cole listened without expressions, then replayed the precise pronunciation of my name, then let the last second click out. He rubbed his forehead once and sat back. "We hear things up there," he said, not as consolation but as news. "People hear their own names in wind. Radios cross, talk with weather stations 100 miles away, ravens learn ringtones. You can be rational for a long time and still have a night that makes the rest of your life feel like it forgot a page." He looked at me. "I'm going to log this. We'll ask to pull satellite overpasses, though that's a joke. We'll send Sarah up again at first light. You're not going back in." The last sentence was a question performed as a command. "I'm not going back in," I said, and we both knew my mouth was lying, and my feet would have to do the truth later. The hum in my apartment changed that night. It wasn't louder. It was closer, like a person stepping forward, while speaking in the same volume. The water tray brightened before I reached the table. When I leaned over it, the reflection didn't show my ceiling. It showed a tree line I recognized. The same fist of firs wrapped around that lake's lip. I lifted the tray and the image held, as if the lake were not a place I had left, but a thing that had attached itself to any surface in which it could exist. "What do you want?" I asked, the most arrogant question a human can ask a phenomenon. The light flexed, expanding in a slow, deliberate pulse that I felt in my teeth. "Come back," a new voice said under my name, not a command exactly, not a plea either, just a statement of arrangement. I set the tray down because my hands had begun to shake again, and because spilling felt like it would be rude, in the way putting your hand through a painting is rude. Not because paint is fragile, but because you are. I didn't sleep. Around 4:00 a.m., the city's traffic began to drag its calm across the streets, and the light in the water dimmed the way stars dim when a day decides it is ready. I stood at the sink and watched the tap drip. Each droplet made a ring that traveled inward, collected itself, and then vanished as if it had been taken rather than absorbed. I filled a Nalgene, then a second, then a third. I packed my cameras, because some lessons have to be relearned. And I packed extra batteries because science is petty and insists on tests, even when magic has already taken the room. Before I closed the door behind me, I turned every faucet handle in the apartment to hard off and laid a towel across the tub drain. Like a charm, I didn't know how to bless. I texted Cole from the ferry dock that I was coming in to sign whatever he needed me to sign and to go nowhere else. Then I bought a 4th bottle of water from the one pier because some part of me wanted to believe that carrying it meant I had a choice about where the next reflection would happen. The bay beyond the ferry's white rail looked like polished slate. I told myself it was only water. I told myself I was only a photographer. The hum rose in my bones like I was a tuning fork waiting for a note. I boarded the early ferry with my pack heavy against my shoulders and the water humming underneath like an engine tuned to the wrong frequency. People around me scrolled their phones or cradled paper cups, and I envied how little they listened. When you have heard something once that should not exist, the world doesn't go back to silence. It only waits for you to notice what's already beneath. I stood at the rail as the city shrank, and the sound widened, watching the slate, gray surface shift in tiny rhythms. A gull banked low, its shadow cutting across the water, and for half a heartbeat the shadow's trail glowed white as if the water had remembered light. I stepped back from the rail, pulse quickening, and pretended to take photographs of the skyline, just to give my hands something to do. Cole met me. the ranger station with the prapscom of someone who's seen things he won't describe in front of clipboards. He led me into the same conference room as before, dropped a manila folder on the table, and gestured for me to sit. "Search teams pulled out this morning," he said. "They covered every mile around that lake. No sign of the missing hiker." He tapped the folder but didn't open it. "We found her pack, though. On the shore." My throat closed. He studied me as if gouging whether I already knew. The tent was still zipped. Her sleeping bag unrolled. Stove set on a rock like she meant to boil water. No footprints leaving. Just the pack. We tagged it and bagged it. He paused. "You don't need to see it unless you want to." I didn't want to, but I nodded anyway. He slid a photo across the table. The image was plain. A weather-stained blue backpack on gravel, its straps neatly buckled as though someone had packed it for a catalog. But inside the mesh side pocket, crumpled but visible, was a piece of paper torn from a notebook. 2 words in block letters, Sambas K. I pushed the photo away, my palms sweating against the laminate. Cole leaned forward. "You said you heard your name. That night at the lake. And later, too." "Right." I managed a nod. He sighed through his nose. "I'm not telling you to ignore it. I'm telling you not to go alone." He let the silence linger, then stood. "You'll do what you're going to do. But if you walk back in there, you need to tell me first." He left me with the file, the photo, and a pulse in my jaw that hurt when I unclenched my teeth. I drove out to the trailhead anyway. The lot was empty except for a single Subaru, with a cracked windshield sunning itself like a lizard. I tightened my straps and started up. The air felt thicker the higher I climbed, not just with exertion but with a pressure that seemed to lean on the crown of my head. I carried 3 bottles of water, my cameras, and an unease that made me check my watch every 20 steps. At the saddle, where the missing hiker had last checked in, the trees parted to give a slice of view down into the basin. The lake lay there like a coin dropped into the earth. Too round, too perfect. I stood a long while before descending, wishing I had the sense to turn back, knowing I would not. By dusk, I was on the shore. The campsite looked untouched since I'd left it. Flattened grass where my tent had been, the same firs clutching the shoreline like sentries. I pitched the tent again in the same place. Zipper pulls at the top, as if superstition could substitute for courage. I boiled noodles on my small stove, ate without tasting, and then set the tripod. I pointed the lens at the water and waited. At 22:15, the first glow bloomed over the ridge. 3 orbs, white as quartz, sliding down like lanterns lowered on invisible strings. They hovered above the lake, and the reflections did their impossible delay again, rippling half a beat behind, as though the water were a separate screen playing back reality with lag. My camera clicked, but I already knew the files would be empty. The orbs pulsed, and the sound began low at first, then swelling into the layered chorus that thrummed in my bones. I bit my lip to stop my teeth from chattering. Then, clear as my own thought, the voices formed my name. Harper. The nearest orb dipped, hovering level with my chest. Its reflection showed not light but a shape, an outline of a figure standing where I stood, blurred and pale, as if the water were remembering me a second before I existed. My breath caught. I whispered, "What do you want?" The voices swelled and braided together until a single phrase rose clear. Some seek. The same words from the paper. My knees buckled. I staggered back to the tent, fumbling with the zipper, dragging the flap down to seal myself inside. The glow filled the fabric until the walls shone white. My camera in my lap buzzed, screen flickering, then went black again. The hum filled the poles, the floor, my chest cavity. Then silence fell so sudden it felt like someone had muted the world with a switch. I must have slept, though I don't remember deciding to. At 2033, I woke to a glow seeping under the zipper teeth like milk poured through cracks. The hum rose again, steady and calm. This time the voice didn't just say my name. It said another word with it. Harper. Stay. My throat clenched. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound bloomed inside my skull. The zipper teeth rattled once, as though nudged from the outside. I whispered into the nylon, "No," though my lips shook with the word. The glow dimmed, then collapsed inward to nothing. The night returned. I lay there until dawn with every muscle rigid, counting my breath to make sure it didn't belong to anyone else. When morning came, I unzipped the tent with trembling hands. The lake was glass again. My tripod stood where I'd left it, lens capped with dew. I checked the camera. Memory card empty, batteries drained. On the ground near the shore, pressed into the damp earth, was a footprint. Not mine. Too small, too narrow. Bare, it faced the water. Another step forward, and there was only ripple. I hiked out that day, legs heavy, pack heavier. At the trailhead, the Subaru was gone. My car was the only one left, and I could have sworn condensation had written words across my windshield. When I wiped the glass, the letters vanished, leaving only streaks. I told myself they had said nothing. I told myself that until the drive back across the bridge, when the water below shimmered faintly and the hum returned in the steering column, polite, patient. That was months ago. I have not returned. The ranger reports filed it under missing person, unresolved. The girl has not been found. My photographs from that trip are still empty. My computers occasionally hiccup at 0233, resetting their clocks to 1200, wiping open documents as if time itself took a breath. The water in my apartment does things I refuse to test anymore. I shower quickly, eyes closed, mouth shut. I keep no bowls or pans uncovered. What I know is this: the lights over the lake were not weather. They were not geology. They were not tricks of optics. They were invitations, rehearsed in syllables we could understand. They have learned names. They have learned patience. And once they call you, the distance between a mountain lake and a kitchen sink is nothing at all. I don't know what happened to Jacob Copeland in Shenandoah. I don't know what happened to the girl who camped an hour ahead of me in Olympic. I only know the common thread: zippers, water light, and a voice that waits for you to answer. I have not answered. Not yet. But sometimes, when the faucet drips and the rings collapse inward, I wonder how long refusal counts as choice. Because the voice is no longer outside. It is inside now, a second breath behind my own. And last night, for the first time, it did not say my name. It said, "Wei." My name is Ranger Daniel Brooks. I have served as a law enforcement ranger at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years, and in that time I have been called to scenes that have tested every nerve I possess. I have broken up fights between drunken campers, pulled stranded hikers off ledges in the pouring rain, and searched for bodies in the dark woods when families prayed they would still be alive. My training tells me to document events with precision: times, weather, terrain, names, the sequence of actions. I am not trained to explain the parts, that make no sense, the parts that gnaw at the edge of reason. But what I will tell you now is the truth as I lived it, and I write it down as carefully as I can, because facts do not change, even when they become unbearable. The day began like countless others before it. It was the Friday before the 4th of July, one of the busiest weekends in the park. Skyline Drive was a ribbon of red taillights as tourists crept along, stopping at every overlook to take pictures. The campgrounds were filling with chatter and the smells of charcoal grills. At Big Meadows, where the trees open into a wide clearing, I made my evening rounds, checking fire pits, reminding families to store food properly, and making sure tents were pitched safely. It was 1830 when I stopped at campsite C-37. A family of 3 had settled there: Mark Copeland, his wife Leela, and their 15-year-old son Jacob. The Copelands looked like the kind of family you expect to see on a holiday weekend. Mark had that sturdy, slightly weathered look of a man who spent most of his life in an office, but liked to imagine himself rugged in the outdoors. Leela was warm, polite, the sort of person who thanked me twice for the same piece of advice. And Jacob. Well, Jacob didn't even look up from his phone as I walked up. His shaggy hair half covered his eyes, and his posture radiated the universal signal of a teenager dragged away from his friends and Fi. Their tent was a tan dome pitched a little too close to the tree line. I suggested moving it a few feet outward to avoid deer trails. But Mark smiled in that way some fathers do when they don't want to be corrected in front of their families. "I camped here as a kid," he said. "We'll be fine." I let it go. You learn which battles to fight. By 21:10, the horizon gathered thunderheads, but they skirted south, leaving us with only the smell of rain in the air. I made my final pass around the loops after quiet hours began at 2200, hushing a harmonica in Loop A and watching fireflies blink green threads between the trees. The Copeland campsite was quiet by 2015. Their lantern was off, only the faint glow of embers in the pit. I drove back to the station before midnight, logged the day's reports, and tried not to think about the long weekend ahead. The call came at 06:12. Dispatch radioed, Unit 2, respond to campsite C-37. Report of missing juvenile, 15-year-old male. The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's, jagged with panic. I was already in my boots. I reached the site at 06:27. The tent looked the same as the night before. Guy lines taut, rain fly neat. Picnic table cluttered with the remains of breakfast preparations. A faint odor of instant coffee clung to the air. Leela Copeland's face was drawn tight with terror, her hands trembling too much to point properly. Mark looked pale, his eyes darting, as if searching for something he could not name. Their story came in pieces, overlapping, each filling gaps the other left. They had all gone to sleep around 20:30. Jacob had been in the sleeping bag closest to the door, his phone tucked into one of his shoes, because he was sulking about no reception. Mark claimed he woke around 0300 to relieve himself and had heard nothing unusual. At 05:45, when Leela unzipped the tent to start the stove, Jacob was gone. I crouched at the tent door. The zipper pulls were fastened together at the bottom, interlocked, and secured by a small brass slider, clip threaded through them. The clip's gate faced inward, which meant the last person to close it had been inside the tent. The dew on the ground told its own story. Scattered adult prints from the parents' night trips, mine from the previous evening, but no smaller tracks leading away. No scuffs in the duff, no drag marks. It was as if Jacob had simply evaporated into the night. I asked permission to examine the inside. With gloves on, I unzipped the door and peered into the gloom. The smell was the ordinary musk of sleeping people, sweat, nylon, and the faint sour of unwashed feet. 2 sleeping bags were still occupied by pillows and blankets, rumpled as if slept in. The third, a blue nylon bag with a broken drawstring, lay unzipped and empty by the door. Beside it sat a pair of gray trail runners, one of them with a phone jammed awkwardly into the heel. I bagged the phone for evidence, then bagged the brass clip. The clip had a dark smear on the hinge, which later turned out to be nothing more than pitch from a tree mixed with skin oil. Neighbors reported little. 2 college students in C-35 had heard a zipper around 02730, but assumed it was a bathroom run. A woman in C-39 thought she heard whispering near dawn, but she could not be certain if it was human or just the wind in the leaves. No one saw Jacob leave. No one saw a car pull in. Nothing. By 0800, we had incident command set up at the shelter. We followed the ICS protocol. As we always do, establish the last known point of the tent, set up grids, assign hasty teams, notify park police. At Zoder 9s and 25, the first K9 unit arrived. Harlow, a yellow lab who had found more lost people than most officers ever will, sniffed Jacob's T-shirt and bolted to the tent. She whined, pawed at the flap, circled, and then sat, confused. She could not find a trail leaving. A second dog produced the same result. Jacob's scent ended inside the tent. Around noon, I examined the boy's phone. There were 3 videos from the drive up, ordinary and forgettable. Then a 4th, recorded in the dark sometime after lights out. A minute of blackness filled the screen, accompanied by the rustle of nylon and steady breathing. At the end, there was a faint noise, the soft trace of a fingertip brushing the tent wall. Then a whisper. 2 syllables, almost inaudible. Not Daddy. My name. The timestamp was 0233. By nightfall, the search had expanded across trails and ravines. News vans gathered at the visitor center. The Copelands were moved into a cabin at the lodge. Though Mark looked at me like I was the last person on earth who could help him, I volunteered for night duty at the campsite to protect the scene, and I admit, because something about the phone's whisper made me feel compelled to be there. The meadow was quiet under fog. I set up a folding chair 6 feet from the tent, the boy's phone in my pocket. At 20:47, the zipper tapped softly against the threshold, as if something inside had brushed it. My hand went to my flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. Instead, I listened. There was breathing. Not the sigh of wind through nylon, but the steady rhythm of lungs. When I placed my palm near the fabric, I felt a faint exhale, cold against my skin. I spoke the boy's name. The tent wall flexed inward, just slightly, as if a chest pressed against it from the other side. The phone buzzed violently in my pocket. On the screen, voicemail transcription failed. I hadn't heard it ring. I sat frozen until the sound faded. At 02:33, the exact time on the video, the tent shivered once. The brass clip, still bagged as evidence, turned a 1/4 inch by itself inside its plastic. The voice whispered again, this time in my ear, where no fabric stood. Danny. I could not bring myself to unzip the door. I stared until the breathing stopped, and the fog pressed low around the tree line. The minutes after that whisper stretched into an eternity. Each second waited with dread. I sat with the tent in front of me, the fog curling low to the ground, and the silence pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. I tried to steady my breathing, forcing air through lungs that did not seem to want to function. My rational mind repeated the same reassurances over and over. Tents cannot breathe, tents do not whisper, names are coincidences. But my rational mind sounded more like a child in that moment, whistling in the dark to hide his fear. I thought about waking the command post, but what would I report? That a piece of nylon had spoken my name, that I had felt a breath against my palm where no one was. They would chalk it up to exhaustion, stress, or worse, question my judgment entirely, and maybe they would be right. But I have always trusted my senses, my eyes, my ears, my hands. They have kept me alive on more cliffsides and rescues than I can count. They did not fail me that night, even if my explanation could not match what I had felt. At 03:15, I heard footsteps approaching, crunching softly through damp duff. I rose from my chair, hand on my sidearm, expecting perhaps one of the volunteers or another ranger who had ignored protocol to check on me. Instead, through the fog, a figure emerged. It was Mark Copeland, Jacob's father. He wore only a sweatshirt and pajama pants, his shoes unlaced, his hair plastered with dew, as if he had wandered straight out of a restless bed. His eyes looked hollow, rimmed with red, and when they landed on me, they passed through me like I was not there at all. "You shouldn't be here, sir," I said carefully, lowering my hand from my weapon but keeping my voice firm. "The site is secured until morning." He did not respond. He walked past me like I was fog myself, straight to the tent. His hands reached for the zipper, trembling but determined. I stepped forward to block him, to tell him he'd not contaminate the scene. My hand reached for his wrist. For a moment, I felt the clammy heat of his skin, and then I did not. My fingers closed on nothing, as though his arm were a mirage of heat waves above asphalt. Mark yanked the zipper down in one swift motion. The tent flaps peeled apart, and a gust of air poured out. Cold, chalky, like damp stone deep underground. It carried the unmistakable smell of wet limestone caves, a scent I know too well from rescues in caverns. But there are no caves near big meadows. Not like that. Mark leaned inside, calling softly, "Jacob." His voice broke on the second syllable, not with hope but with despair. And then, before my brain could protest, his body began to slide inward. His head and shoulders disappeared into the tent, as if the nylon had become a tunnel. I lunged, grabbing for his calves, and my hands landed on fabric that had the weight of skin, but none of its solidity. My fingers slipped through as though I had tried to hold smoke. The scrape of his belt buckle against the threshold was the last sound before his hips vanished too. Then the tent collapsed flat against the ground, poles snapping, guy lines whipping like angry snakes. I ripped the nylon back with both hands, expecting, praying, to find him crouched inside, confused, frightened, anything. But the space beneath was empty. Empty except for Jacob's blue sleeping bag, unzipped and rumpled, and a foam pad with the faintest impression of weight that was no longer there. The tent's floor was slick with dew in a perfect outline where his body should have been, as if he had pressed against the earth and then evaporated. My lungs burned, my stomach churned, and for the first time in a very long career, I considered the possibility that I was losing my mind. The radio on my hip crackled, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Unit 2, status check. Copy. Dispatcher's voice, steady and oblivious. I fumbled the mic to my lips, forcing calm into my tone. Unit 2, all clear. Still monitoring the site. I left out everything else. I left out the father, the collapse, the impossible. I told myself it was because I needed to think, to process, but part of me already knew the truth. No one would believe me. I stayed awake until dawn, pacing the perimeter like a guard dog who had already failed his post. The fog lifted slowly, revealing the meadow damp and glittering with dew. Birds chattered in the treetops, indifferent to what had unfolded hours earlier. When the command post stirred and volunteers returned, I stood stiff, my mind buzzing with the memory of Mark's belt buckles scraping against nylon. I did not tell them. I could not. By mid-morning, the official report was written, still missing, no new leads, search continuing. The tent was bagged as evidence and taken back to the district office. I drove it myself, placing it in a gray cabinet marked for storage. I tagged it, signed the chain of custody sheet, and locked the door. Then I went home, showered, and sat at my kitchen table staring at my own tent folded neatly on the shelf in the garage. I stared until my eyes blurred, until every crease in the nylon looked like a mouth. The first night home, I tried to sleep. As 2033, I woke to the faint sound of a zipper clicking once in the dark. I froze, staring at my own gear in the corner. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. I told myself it was imagination. I told myself many things, none of them convincing. The following day, hikers on the Rose River Loop found a shoe under a laurel bush. Gray trail runner, size 10. Inside it, Jacob's phone. Ants had colonized the device, crawling over the glass screen, disappearing into the ports. I bagged it, dried it, and asked a technician to recover what they could. There was only one new file, a photograph, time-stamped 2033. The image was almost black, except for a thin seam of light across the frame. The seam looked like a zipper gap. Pressed against the gap was something blurred and pale, shaped like a hand trying to push through mesh. If you stared long enough, you could almost imagine a belt buckle glinting in the corner. I began to notice patterns after that. Always the same time, 2033. Always something small and almost dismissible, a zipper pull vibrating. A breath where there should be none, a whisper of nylon brushing without wind. At first I dismissed them as fatigue, tricks of the mind sharpened by grief and guilt. But patterns don't lie, and I've spent too many years reading tracks in the mud to ignore them. Weeks later, when the search officially wound down, when the Copeland family's relatives had taken Leela away from the lodge, and the news vans had finally disappeared, I returned to the storage cabinet. I told myself I was just checking the evidence. I told myself I had a duty. But the truth is, I couldn't stay away. The tent was inside its box, the brass clip still bagged beside it. When I touched the cardboard, the chill that seeped through made me jerk my hand back. It was colder than the room around it, unnaturally so, like something hidden deep underground. I sat there, alone in the evidence room, staring at the box. The clock on the wall read 220. My eyes blurred. I closed them for what I thought was a minute. When they opened, it was 233, and the box was exhaling. The cardboard sides bulged outward just slightly, like lungs filling with air. I leaned closer despite myself. The smell of wet limestone seeped through. Then a soft voice pressed itself against the thin wall. Danny. My name again. Stretched thin and uncertain. I staggered backward, my shoulders slamming against a metal shelf, knocking a row of folders to the floor. By the time I recovered, the sound had stopped. The box sat perfectly still. My breath, however, would not steady for hours. I added another lock the next day. A real one, steel and heavy, not just the flimsy cabinet latch. But locks are for people, and whatever breathed inside that tent was not a person anymore. Still, I found a strange comfort in the gesture. Humans make rules when they face what they cannot understand. Don't say a name in the woods at night. Don't whistle after midnight. Don't lock zippers from the inside. These are not rational instructions, but they are the only maps we have when reason fails. And maybe, just maybe, they keep the darkness at bay. The official search quieted, the way a storm does when it has thrown everything it has and decides to move on out of boredom rather than mercy. Volunteers went home first, taking their bright shirts and borrowed radios with them. Mutual aid units peeled off next. Assurances of "call us if anything breaks," trailing behind like tin cans on a wedding bumper. What remained were our reports, the taste of old coffee, and the ache in my legs from walking grids that never held what we wanted them to hold. Someone from headquarters asked me to compile the incident chronology. I did it because lists are something to push against when nothing else pushes back. I entered times I could swear had changed their minds about what they had been. I described locations that felt farther away, on paper, than they had under my boots. I omitted the parts that would turn the report into a confession. By Monday morning, the park had resumed its performance of normal. Cars snarled at the overlooks, children in sun hats pointed at deer, and a man in a visor asked me where to find a good waterfall that won't make my wife's knees mad. In the lodge, a housekeeping note flagged that cabin 4's bed hadn't been slept in. They had seen Leela leave with her sister just after dawn. Both women, moving with the slow economy of people who have learned there are only a few motions left that the body will bother doing. Mark had not been seen since the previous night. The front desk clerk hesitated when she told me. Layering, probably just stepped out, and maybe went for a walk, over a silence that told the truth. Cameras in the lobby showed him drift through, like fog at 2010, barefoot in a sweatshirt, eyes emptied past the point of tears. Outside, the video was a blank smear. The fog had thickened so much the lens recorded only white. I wrote an addendum. Second subject presumed missing. I printed it and held the paper until the ink came off on my fingertip. They sent an investigator up from the regional office to review my statements. He had the kind of tidy mustache that insists on facts as discipline rather than comfort. He asked me to reconstruct my overnight shift. I did, marking down times, describing the fog and the cold backlash of air, and the sound the zipper made against the threshold once, like a silver coin knocked against wood. I said, the tent collapsed, and let that sentence sit on the table between us. He tapped the paper with a cap pen. Collapsed how? He asked. Under what weight? I shrugged without meaning to. The gesture felt like something my body did to save my face from showing anything at all. Improper pole tension, maybe. Old fiberglass, I said, because even a lie wants an alibi. He asked if I'd seen Mr. Copeland after midnight. I stared at the scuffed line on the conference room table where someone had dragged a binder too hard for years, and said, no. There is a version of this story in which I told the truth the first time I was asked. In that version, men with grim faces and hard shoes arrive with measuring devices and neutral words. They scan and photograph and declare me exhausted. In that version, I go home early and stare at my ceiling until morning. When the phone buzzed at 0233, I would have told myself it was a marketing text burrowing under "Do Not Disturb by Accident." But the version I am writing is the one that happened. I went to see Lila 2 days later, because there are duties that are not written in any policy. She had moved in with her sister in Harrisonburg, to a ranch house with a magnolia in the yard, whose leaves looked like they were always freshly polished. She opened the door with swollen eyes, and a tissue still in her hand, and didn't look surprised to see me. Grief teaches you to expect everyone and no one equally. We sat at her kitchen table and avoided the yawning mouth of language by talking about logistics, where to send copies of reports, who to call when a number felt wrong to dial. Finally, she put her palms flat on the laminate and said, "Did you hear him?" The question landed between us with the same weight as, "Do you believe in God?" I didn't ask what she meant. "Yes," I said. I heard him breathe. She closed her eyes. "He gets cold in the middle of the night," she said, and half laughed. The sound that comes out when the body tries to expel a memory it can't digest. We always argued about pulling the zipper all the way down. He said it made him feel sealed up like a bug. She pressed her fingertips to her lips. I had a dream the night before. The tent was a mouth. When I woke up, I told myself not to be dramatic. She looked at me then, finally. "If he called you, you didn't answer, right?" The question was not accusatory, merely logistical, the way you ask someone if there's enough milk left to make a second cup of tea. "No," I said. I did not. She nodded once, a small mercy she could afford me. Sleep became a discipline rather than a refuge. Every night, I sat in the dark living room and waited for the minute to turn. Some nights nothing happened, and I congratulated myself on being sane. Other nights the key ring in the dish by the door rattled like a coin shaken in someone's cupped hand. The sound so domestic it made my eyes burn. Once, the brass clip in the evidence bag turned, a tiny arc like a needle finding north. The smell that came with it was always the same. Damp stone, old air, the patient rot of leaves far from a sun. I tried reasoning with it, because reason is a hammer I swing at everything. I read cave maps for the county and confirmed what I already knew: the karst country falls to the west, not under big meadows. I called an old friend in rescue who has a better nose for geology than most. He talked about sinkholes like the mouths of gods and laughed when I asked if a tent could be a throat. I laughed too, because laughter lets you hang up. In the file room at our district office, there is a drawer that slides rough because someone knocked it off alignment in 1998, and no one has had both the time and the desire to fix it. In that drawer, between Lightning Strike, Fisherman 2006, and Bear Baiting Rumor, Unfounded, 1989, I found a thin folder with a label bleached to gray. The date was 1983. The report inside was typed. The kind of typing that shows where a finger hit harder on certain letters. A boy had gone missing near Lewis Falls. The mother reported unzipping the tent for air at dawn and finding nothing but the depression of a head on the floor and a line of dew along the footprint of a body. The officer's addenda included a detail that shouldn't have snagged me and did. Never open when breathing stops. Someone had underlined the sentence in ballpoint blue and pressed so hard the point had carved into the fibers. The signature at the bottom belonged to a ranger who retired before I came on. When I asked two gray hairs about him over coffee, one said, "Took early disability," and the other stirred his cup for too long. Parking lot talk afterwards suggested hunting accident, divorce, A drinking problem, a Jesus problem, the usual explanations for the way a man can suddenly become a ghost among the living. I called him anyway. The number still worked. It rang into a house with the kind of silence that belongs to people who have moved most of their lives into boxes and not yet decided whether they will open them again. He answered, voice sandpapered by age, and when I introduced myself and the park and the date, he said, "Oh," like a man hearing a hymn from a church he left 30 years ago. I asked about the phrase he'd underlined. He laughed quietly. "I was younger then," he said. You try to make rules so the world doesn't keep changing shape when you're not looking. I told him what I had heard and what I hadn't said in my report. He didn't pause long enough to pretend he was shocked. "They don't like names," he said. "Names make paths. If something knows how to say yours, it has already walked it." He cleared his throat. "I used to tell the new kids leave the pools at the top. Ridiculous. But ridicule is cheap and funerals are expensive." Before he hung up, he said, "If you hear it in your house, think about how many doors you have." The line went dead. I counted my doors that night, and the number came up wrong. As if the front door and the back were sharing a number to save me from a bigger one. I drove Skyline on a Tuesday and stopped at Big Meadows at midnight because there are places a person returns to even when he's promised himself he won't. The meadow made its soft orchestra of insects and small lives surviving. I set my own tent on the grass 6 paces from where C-37 had been, a private bit of sacrilege. I left the zipper pulls at the top and sat in the dark with my hands on my knees, like a pupil waiting for a teacher who is late. The air cooled into that particular mountain hour when the body begins to remember it is mostly water. At 02:33, a breeze traveled across the meadow without stirring the taller grasses, as if it knew to make a smaller shape to fit between blades. The zipper pulls at the top tapped once and then held still like a patient animal waiting for food. I did not move. The breath came next. The soft press through mesh that a sleeping person makes when their mouth wanders open. The voice that followed said, my name the way a child says, "Please." Then it said, "Dad," and the syllable folded in on itself like a paper getting wet. I wanted to open the door so badly my fingers shook without touching anything. If I had, I believe the tent would have turned into a hallway again, though hallway is too generous a word for a direction without distance. The discipline that kept me alive on wet rock kept me still. I counted to 100 as slowly as a man can count. When the breathing stopped, I did not touch the zipper. When the urge passed, it left a cold behind like kneeling before an empty fireplace. In the morning, I took that tent down with the same reverence one gives to a body. I packed it into its bag and put it under my truck seat and tried to drive away. At the visitor center, a woman waved from a sedan and asked the usual, "Is there a good campsite with a little more privacy?" I told her yes and gave directions to a loop I would not sleep in again. I kept the admonition in my mouth, "Leave your poles at the top," but did not say it because there are things which, when said by a ranger in uniform, stop being superstition and become liability. Back at the office, I moved the Copeland tent into a locker with a better lock, the kind that complains when you try to drill it. I wrote a memo that did not mention breath or time, that cited privacy concerns and family sensitivity, and that asked, in the softest bureaucraties I could manage, that no one touched the box without notifying me. My supervisor approved it without comment. Sometimes doors close because everyone agrees, without stating it, that a room should be left alone. The shoe from under the laurel bush sits in the property room with a tag that has learned to curl in the humidity. The photo from 2033 remains in an evidence folder I do not open unless I am in the mood to hate myself for several days. In the far right pocket of my cargo pants, the brass clip has made a smooth circle against the fabric from where my thumb has worried it. I bought a twin for it and put the twin on my key ring. It is good to make a pair of things when you cannot tell if the original wants to be alone. I have been asked if I believe in anything beyond what maps like to pretend is true. I say belief is not required to avoid walking off a cliff in the fog. You accept that a thing is there, or you learn how long a fall takes by counting your bones. Still, there are nights when I read a passage in a geology report and realize science's vocabulary has always had a place for what swallows and what hollows, for karst and sink and subduction. Words that are just more careful ways to say down. Maybe this is not outside the world, but is a cousin of it. Some pressure system we have not learned to chart yet, because our pens are too short. If you camp in the park, I hope you sleep well. I hope the wind is kind, and the rain is just enough to make the morning smell like forgiveness. I hope you wake with the zipper pulls resting at the top because you have put them there on purpose. I hope you never learn, as I did, the difference between the tent walls moving because of you and the tent walls moving because of something that has remembered the shape of you too well. At Yo 2:33 last night, the keys in the dish by my door vibrated once, a single polite announcement. I lay in the dark and counted all the doors in my house, and the number came out right this time. I kept very still. The sound was followed by a small exhale that did not belong to plumbing or wind. It said my name like a question someone asks after having practiced the answer alone for too long. Then, very carefully, it said, "Dad," and the word almost found a second syllable before it ran out of breath. I did not move. When the breathing stopped, I did not open anything at all. My name is Ranger Luis Ortega. I am 34 years old, and I have worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger in Yosemite National Park for the past 7 years. My patrol district covers the less traveled northern drainages, places where tourists rarely linger, where the trails grow faint and the forest seems to fold in on itself. My work requires stamina, a tolerance for solitude, and the ability to carry both authority and compassion into the wilderness. But nothing in my training prepared me for what waits in a cedar stand locals have always called the hollow. I will record what I saw as plainly as I can, because sometimes a clean account is the only shield against the way memory warps when fear takes hold. It was late August, the season when the Sierra smells of dry, needles and stone baked all day under a relentless sun. Nights fall into the 40s, crisp and clean, but days climb back into the 80s. Fire danger warnings had been posted across the state. On Monday morning, our dispatch sent out a bulo for an overdue hiker, Emily's son, age 27, a graduate student from Davis, who had obtained a backcountry permit for a 2-night loop in Alder Fork Basin. She was expected out on Sunday evening. When her partner found her car, still parked at the trailhead that night, he drove down to a payphone and reported her missing. Her last in-reach ping had been received Saturday evening. near the Alder Fork crossing. Search operations began as they always do, methodical, structured, and urgent. We established an incident command post at the old PAC station turnout. We set up the ICS framework, operations, plans, logistics, and started building the map. Last known point, point last seen, probable routes, potential hazards. I was assigned to a hasty team along the tributary leading toward the Cedar stand. With me was SAR 3, a pair of volunteers trained in grid search, and Gwen, one of our canine handlers, with her dog Harlow, a yellow lab who has found more missing hikers than most of us ever will. We stepped onto the trail at Zoa 10. The air was thick with dust that clung to our boots, but as we descended into Alder Fork, the temperature dropped. Jays heckled us from the canopy, and somewhere uphill a squirrel rattled branches in alarm. The creek itself was shallow, water sliding over stone with a voice too thin to comfort. Harlow worked the long line in front of us, nose down, weaving like a kite in steady wind. At 09s and 52, she stopped dead. Her ears pricked, her tail lowered, and she released a single high whine that I had heard from her once before, when we found a lost child pressed into the hollow of an oak, alive but nearly unconscious. Gwen's hand tightened on the leash. "What is it, girl?" Harlow sneezed, shook her head as if dust had stung her nostrils, then sat abruptly on the trail, staring into the trees. That sit was her way of saying, "Subject here, but I won't approach." The cedar stand rose out of the slope just ahead. From the trail it looked like any other cluster of incense, cedar, bark weathered into deep furrows, crowns high enough to knit with the firs. But once you stepped closer, you could feel the temperature shift again. A cooler pocket of air, as though a spring ran hidden beneath the roots. The hollow itself stood near the center, a massive cedar, trunk split and burned decades ago by lightning. The base was black with char, hollowed into a cavity large enough for a grown person to crouch inside. I had heard stories about it from older rangers. Warnings told half in jest but with eyes that didn't laugh. "Don't lean in," they said. "Don't call into it. And don't let it learn your name." Folklore, I always thought. Until then. We left the trail and climbed the rise through ferns that crackled in the heat. I called our position in to ICP, Ortega with SAR 3. Approaching Cedar Stand, grid C, 12, static hissed, then a clipped, copy. We slowed. The hollow commanded that kind of caution. Even sunlight looked uneasy here, angling through the canopy in pale shafts that didn't quite reach the ground. From 20 feet out, I could see the cavity clearly. Its interior was darker than it should have been, as if the char absorbed light rather than reflecting it. The opening was rimmed with beads of resin that had cooled into glossy amber droplets. I crouched low, keeping my balance back, and looked inside. The geometry of the hollow didn't make sense. What began as a shallow cavity bent away, in curves the eye couldn't follow. The light from my phone barely reached in before it seemed to dim, swallowed by the darkness. The air that breathed out of it smelled of damp stone, not wood rot, cold and mineral like a cave deep underground. There are no caves here. Scratches marked the inner wall, 4 deep grooves parallel, at about hip height. Too even for animal claw marks, too sharp for a pocket knife. They looked old. The char hardened around them like melted wax that had cooled mid-drip. I snapped a photo. The flash glared, then sputtered, and the image stored as a blur. We stood in uneasy silence. Gwen shifted. "It smells like ozone," she murmured. She was right. Not the acrid tang of burning wires, but that strange clean metallic scent that hangs in the air after lightning strikes. Harlow whined again, her body tense, ears flat, refusing to move closer. My own chest felt tight, as if the air pressure were subtly higher here. Then, at 1017, the sound came. A voice, muffled and ragged, rising from inside the cavity. "Hello," it said, the words small, panicked, undeniably human. Every hair on my arms lifted. Gwen's eyes widened, and she knelt to calm Harlow, who had started trembling. I forced my voice steady. "Emily, this is Ranger Ortega. Can you hear me?" Silence, then a sob. "Help." The word fractured into static, like a radio losing its channel. It came again, fainter, cold. My radio crackled with overlapping voices from ICP, but I couldn't parse them. All my attention locked on that hollow. I reached for the rope in my pack. We carry throw lines for rescues. And my hands went through the motions automatically. Flake the line, tie a figure, 8, clip a carabiner. I tossed the loop gently inside. It vanished after a few feet. No scrape of stone, no rattle. Just gone. I paid out more line, 20, 30, 50 feet. Still nothing. Then a tug. Light, deliberate, as if someone had lifted it and let it drop again. I froze, knuckles white on the rope. Gwen's mouth formed the words. "What is it?" But before I could answer, another sound came from deeper within, not words, but the echo of water lapping softly as though against stone walls. My skin prickled. There is no water inside that cedar. Then, behind us, a voice called out from the forest. "Over here." High-pitched, female, sharp with urgency. Gwen and I spun toward the sound instinctively. Harlow barked. In that instant, the rope jerked, went taut, then slack. I hauled it back. The knot was intact, but the carabiner was gone. Gate unscrewed and missing. My throat went dry. That doesn't happen by accident. I have no better sentence than that. It had been taken off the rope. I keyed my radio, voice steady only through force of training. ICP, SAR 3. We have auditory contact. Possible subject inside cavity. Rope compromised. A vice. Static washed over me. Harlow pressed against Gwen's leg, whining. My own heart hammered like it wanted to bolt out of my chest. And from inside the hollow, faint but clear, came that same voice, stretched thin by distance. "Help me." The hollow breathed at us while we waited for command. I kept my eyes fixed on the opening, unwilling to blink, because blinking felt like permission for it to move. The voice had sounded like a young woman's, desperate and shivering, but there was something in the cadence that didn't fit. It had stretched syllables in a way that reminded me of an echo chamber. Delayed, slightly wrong. Gwen clutched Harlow close, her knuckles white against the dog's collar. Harlow's tail swept the dirt once, twice, then tucked tight between her legs. ICP from SAR 3. I repeated into the radio, forcing authority into my tone. We have auditory contact with possible subject. Repeat, auditory contact. Do we have permission to attempt extraction? Static answered. For a heartbeat, I thought my radio had died. Then a clipped voice broke through. Ops Chief, hold perimeter. Do not enter. Repeat, do not enter cavity. Plans en route. Orders. Clear, rational. But standing there, listening to the faint sobs unravel from blackness, those orders felt like betrayal. My body screamed to move, to crawl in, to grab whoever was inside and drag them into daylight. I've done it before. Pulled kids out of storm drains, hikers from rock cracks, but never from something that felt less like a space and more like a mouth. The sobbing continued. Then, very softly, I heard my own name, Louise. drawn out like fabric tearing, heavy with a weight that did not belong to Emily's son, or anyone who had ever met me. My blood iced. Gwen's eyes snapped to mine. She began, but stopped. Her face said enough. She had heard it too. Harlow barked once, sharp and panicked, then backed up until her haunches pressed against Gwen's boots. The leash quivered with her tremors. The throw line lay slack across the ground. I reeled it in, coil by coil, hands trembling. When the last few feet emerged, the frayed end told me what I had refused to believe. The carabiner hadn't simply unscrewed. The gate was twisted, bent in a way human fingers alone couldn't manage. Metal warped, edges bright where force had torn away the dull sheen. I bagged it quickly. My hands shook as I wrote the evidence tag. Some part of me clung to the formality. Paperwork as armor against the chaos yawning in front of me. At 10:34, Ops arrived with 2 more SAR volunteers and a plans chief. They approached quietly, faces tight as they saw the tree. Ops asked for a briefing, and I delivered it in clipped sentences: auditory contact, rope compromised, canine alert. I did not mention my name being spoken. I couldn't, not yet. The plans chief, a man named Harris, crouched at the opening. He didn't shine a light in. He didn't speak. He just listened. The sobs had quieted now, replaced by a low, rhythmic rasp, like breathing filtered through damp cloth. He straightened, face pale. We're not cutting. Not until we know what the hell this is. He waved a hand at Carl, one of the sawyers who'd come up from fuels. The still in Carl's grip whined to life, then idled as he killed it. Not today, Harris repeated, as if reassuring himself. We set a perimeter, 5 of us, stationed in a loose semicircle around the cedar. The plan was to sit tight until evening, monitor for signs, then reassess. Harris radioed ICP, logging it as auditory anomaly, probable echo source, subject status unconfirmed. His tone was flat, clinical, but I saw the tension in his jaw. He had heard enough stories to know what wasn't said aloud. I took first watch, kneeling on the tarp we'd laid to preserve ground sign. The sun angled high overhead, but the light in the cedar's hollow never changed. It remained a depthless black, as if the tree swallowed every photon offered. The air around the opening felt cooler than the rest of the forest. I took the temperature with my Kestrel meter, ambient 78 degrees. At the hollow's mouth, 61. Too cold, too abrupt. At 11:02, a sound rose from inside. Not words this time. A wet, rattling exhale that seemed to fog the charred wood. I watched condensation bead on the inner walls. It dripped once, thick as dew, then vanished before hitting the ground. My stomach knotted. I recorded everything in my notebook. Time, temperature, humidity, description. It read like a field guide to madness. By mid-afternoon, Gwen brought me water and relief. We sat shoulder to shoulder, saying little. The forest was unnervingly quiet. No squirrels, no jays. Even insects seemed muted, as if life itself bent around the hollow. At 16:22, a shadow crossed the opening. I thought at first it was a bird, wings brushing light into dark. But no bird passed overhead. The shadow lingered, long, tall, vaguely human, then melted back into black. Gwen swore softly. Harlow pressed flat to the ground, muzzle between her paws, whining. I broke protocol then. Against Weller's old warning, I switched on my headlamp and shone it inside. The beam barely penetrated, diffusing after only a few feet. Still, it caught something glinting on the inner wall. I reached in with a stick, scraping it loose. A fragment dropped into my palm. Fabric, tacky with resin. Faded blaze orange, reflective strip peeling. the corner of a hunter's vest. Old, maybe decades, maybe yesterday. Harris bagged it without comment. His face told me he didn't want to consider how it had ended up sealed inside resin that should have hardened years ago. The rest of the day passed in uneasy stillness. Every half hour, radios checked in, voices strained. Subject still audible. Negative. Intermittent. No one wanted to sit closer than 10 feet from the hollow. At sunset, the light shifted, painting the trunks in bronze. The hollow remained black. As darkness deepened, the sound returned. First the rasp, then a sob, then a scream so sudden it ripped the air.
ELO.
It shrieked, female, urgent. Then, softer. Over here. The words echoed impossibly, bouncing from depths no tree should hold. Ops cursed, gripping his radio. ICP, auditory contact confirmed, repeated subject call. The line crackled. Command answered. Negative entry. Hold perimeter. I wanted to crawl inside anyway. My legs shook with the impulse. My name lingered in my skull, whispered again in that stretched cadence. Lewis, I flamped my jaw shut. The night stretched on. We rotated watches. At Hosodeo 3, while Harris was dozing against his pack, my radio whispered without squelch. Just breath, soft, deliberate. It lasted 3 seconds, enough to fog my earpiece. I wiped at it, hand trembling. The channel was silent after. At 01:29, the scream came again. This time closer. Help, it said, the syllable snapping like a branch under strain. I counted to 10, fingers digging into my thighs to resist answering. Weller's warning echoed in me, never call into hollow voids. At 01:35, cold air poured from the cavity, hitting me in the face. It smelled of limestone caves, damp and old. The same scent I had noticed on day 1. My breath fogged, though the night temperature hadn't dropped below 50. I reported every detail into my notebook, words scrawled in a hand I barely recognized. At 0200, I was relieved from watch. Harris ordered us to pull back for the night. No one argued. When dawn came, the hollow looked like nothing. Just a cedar with char at its base, resin glistening amber, birdsong returning in cautious threads. But none of us could shake the voices. That afternoon, ICP reviewed the trail camera we'd set up. The footage showed the hollow in infrared, motionless and black. Then, at 23:11, a figure appeared. Tall, thin, hunched forward, features indistinct, like static given form. It lingered at the mouth of the hollow for 7 seconds, then collapsed inward, vanishing as if the cedar had inhaled it. The missing hiker was never found. The fragment of vest, the warped carabiner, the voices, they remain in evidence bags. My report sits in the system, clinical and bloodless. Auditory anomaly. Subject not located. But I know what I heard. The hollow is still there. It will always be there. And when the wind slides through the cedars, it carries my name. I returned to the hollow against orders. I told myself I was simply walking a follow-up, a final sweep before the search closed. In truth, I needed to hear for myself whether the silence had settled, or whether the tree would still breathe a name into the dark. Officially, the incident was wrapped, search discontinued, evidence cataloged, missing person classified, unresolved. Unofficially, I had a notebook full of hours and sounds that no one would read, and a knot in my chest that no sleep could cut loose. It was 2 nights after the last watch. I left camp at dusk, carrying only a headlamp, rope, notebook, and a body camera clipped to my vest. I told no one. The hiking was familiar now, switchbacks carved into my calves, ferns brushing at my shins, the creek mumbling in its shallow bed. The cedar stand rose out of the slope like a warning, crowns black against the fading light. Every step closer, the air cooled until gooseflesh prickled across my arms. The hollow waited as it always did, a black mouth at the base of a scarred trunk, resin glistening in amber beads around its lips. I circled once, scanning for sign. The tarp was gone. Command had pulled everything. But the soil still bore the faint depression where the trail camera tripod had stood, and in the duff nearby, I saw a line of prints pressed deeper than wind or rain could explain. Human in shape, bare in outline, toes too long, stride too narrow. They led nowhere, stopped abruptly at the cavity's edge. I set my pack down and sat with my back against a fir, 10 feet away, notebook open, 20:37 hours. Temperature 76 ambient, 59 at cavity, humidity rising. Forest sounds muted. I wrote it all, each line an anchor. Because the longer you sit here, the easier it is to lose the shape of time. At 21:04, the rasping breath returned. It rattled against char, louder than before, moist enough that condensation misted across the blackened wood. I saw droplets bead and run without ever hitting soil, absorbed into air that shouldn't drink. I wrote hand-shaking breathing observed, volume increasing. At 21:30, the voice came. Not words first, just sobs, the catch of lungs struggling in cold air. Then, hello. Thin stretched? Help. My pulse spiked. But I didn't answer. Weller's rules sat heavy on my tongue, never call into hollow voids. The sob turned to a cough, then a ragged, please. I gripped my rope. Every instinct said throw it. But memory of the carabiner twisted in ways meta shouldn't was enough to freeze me. Instead, I set the coil in front of me and waited. At 22:12, the headlamp on my chest flickered. I slapped it, thinking battery, but then my body camera blinked the same way. Both devices dimmed, then steadied. The air smelled of ozone. I checked my watch. It read 1200, always 1200. At 22:47, a shadow moved inside the cavity. Not a figure exactly, but the suggestion of one, black on black, taller than the hollow should allow. It bent as if stooping to look out. My throat went dry. My name slid out of the dark in a voice that wasn't mine, wasn't Emily's, wasn't anyone's. Louise. Pronounced slowly, precisely as if practiced. I pressed my palms flat against my thighs. I didn't answer. The figure lingered. Then another voice joined it, female, higher. Come back. It echoed in the same cadence as the paper we'd found in the missing hiker's pack. My stomach twisted. The two voices overlapped, one deeper, one higher, until they braided into something that wasn't language anymore. A chorus of syllables, layered and reversed, rising until the cavity shook with it. I wrote through the terror, pencil gouging the page, two voices, both calling, demanding return. My script slanted, almost unreadable. At 23:11, the ground trembled beneath me. Not an earthquake. A pulse. The cedar shivered, shedding a thin rain of char. The hollow flared white for half a heartbeat, as if light had burst outward then been swallowed again. My headlamp died. My body cam cut to black. The only glow was a faint phosphorescence inside the trunk, tracing veins along the char like lightning frozen in wood. And then the scream. It tore out of the cavity like a jet breaking sky. Female, young, furious. "Ippy me!" It shrieked, so loud my ears rang. I stumbled to my knees, rope clutched tight, and nearly shouted back. Nearly. My jaw locked with the weight of Weller's warning. I stayed silent. My breath heaved out like a man surfacing. At Osendroser 3, silence fell. Too complete. Not even wind in the needles. I sat trembling, afraid to move. Then a hand pressed against the inside wall of the hollow. Pale. Indistinct, fingers too long, palm wide, like a reflection of flesh through smoked glass. It slid down slowly, leaving a wet trail in resin. Another hand followed. Then a face. Not anyone's. A blur of features, eyes sunken, mouth stretched wide. Skin like water held against cloth. It pressed forward until the fabric of the world bulged with it. I scrambled back, rope slipping from my grip. My notebook tumbled into the duff. I tripped against the fur, heart hammering, unable to tear my gaze away. The face pressed harder, mesh thin between us, until it mouthed one word that I heard as much as saw. Stay. I don't know how long I froze there. My watch still read 1200. The forest refused to tick forward. When I finally blinked, the figure had receded. The cavity was only black again, swallowing light and sound. My devices sputtered back to life, headlamp flickering, body cam wearing as though rebooting. At 01:22, the last sound came. A sob, choked and weary, and then a hush that felt final. The hollow exhaled cold air across the clearing. My breath fogged white. Then nothing. I gathered my things with shaking hands. The notebook was damp where resin had touched it, 3 pages stuck together. I stuffed it away without checking. The rope smelled of limestone, wet and old, though it had never left my sight. At 0200, I forced myself to leave. Every step away, I expected to hear my name. But the forest remained silent, only the creek murmuring faintly in the distance. Back at ICP, I didn't confess where I'd been. I wrote a report that said, "Final sweep of Alder Fork. No sign of subject. Negative contact." I turned in the evidence bags, the twisted carabiner, the fragment of vest, the trail camera footage. They sit somewhere in storage now, cataloged under case numbers that mean nothing. But the hollow is still there. It will always be there, and I know what waits inside. 2 weeks later, I woke at 02733 in my apartment in Mariposa. The house was silent, but the closet door was ajar though I'd shut it. From the darkness inside, faint and calm, I heard my name. Lewis. The same cadence. The same practiced precision. I didn't answer. I didn't move until dawn. Now I sleep with every door in my house latched. Every closet wedged shut, every faucet turned tight. But sometimes, in the early hours, I smell ozone. Sometimes the walls cool as if stone were breathing behind them. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see hands pressing against charred wood. Fingers too long, waiting. If you hike in Alder Fork, and you come across the cedar-burned hollow at its base, walk wide. Do not lean in. Do not call. And above all, do not give it your name. Because once it has it, the hollow will never let you go. My name is Claire Donovan. I am 29 years old. And I accepted a seasonal ranger position in Glacier National Park last summer because I wanted to test myself against solitude. I had grown tired of office walls, of the city's constant sirens, of coffee gone cold on desks under fluorescent lights. I thought a season of nights in the mountains would cleanse me, give me a kind of silence I could carry back into the noise of regular life. What I found instead was a silence that moved, a silence that paced outside my door in heavy boots, long after the world should have been still. The ranger station where I was posted sat in a forgotten corner of the park, a small cabin that had once been used for trail crews decades earlier. It was 20 miles from the nearest paved road, reached only by a winding track that rattled my old Subaru half to death. The roof was tin, patched in spots with sheets of darker metal, and when it rained the sound was like standing inside a snare drum. A wood stove hunched in the corner, scarred from years of use. The forest pressed close on every side, lodgepole pines and subalpine fir knitting together until the cabin felt swallowed. There was no cell service, only a scratchy radio that worked when the clouds didn't sit too heavy on the peaks. My first days were ordinary. I hiked trails, checked campsites, updated logs. The backcountry here breathes differently than anywhere else I've been. It's not just the scale of the mountains, sharp ridges knifing into the sky, glaciers gleaming like broken teeth, but the way sound carries. A raven's croak echoes twice, once from the canyon walls and again from somewhere deeper, like a place behind the air itself. At night, when the wind dropped, I could hear creeks miles away. It was beautiful, and it unsettled me in ways I could not explain. The first incident happened on my third night. I had just settled into my cot with a book and a lantern, the stove sighing with its last log. At 20, 30, 40, I heard footsteps outside, not the skitter of an animal or the scratch of branches. Heavy, measured footsteps, boots on packed earth. I froze, listening. They paced slowly from one side of the cabin to the other, circled once, then stopped directly at the door. My throat tightened. I whispered into the radio, station to base, possible visitor on site. Static answered. The line was dead. I stood, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. The door rattled once as if someone had pressed against it. I called out, "This is Ranger Donovan. Identify yourself." No answer. Only the sound of breathing, slow, steady, inches away from the wood. Then, after a minute that stretched too long, the footsteps moved again. They circled twice more, fading into the trees until the forest was silent. I slept little after that. At dawn, I searched the perimeter. The ground was dry, dusted with pine needles. No prints, no sign. I told myself it had been a moose or a black bear, their hooves and pads distorted by my imagination. But moose don't circle cabins, and bears don't pause to breathe at doors. The next night, it returned, though there was another scene in this time. The same slow pacing, the same heavy weight in each step. I forced myself to stay quiet, not to call out. The footsteps circled again, then stopped by the window. The glass darkened with a shadow that blocked the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face, only the impression of height, of bulk. The breathing pressed against the glass, fogging it. My hand shook so badly I dropped the flashlight. By the time I scrambled for it, the shadow was gone. Silence swallowed the cabin. I began marking the times in my notebook, always between 20:30 and 0100. Always pacing, always circling. Never a knock, never words. Just the deliberate sound of boots that should not have been there. On the fifth night, I made a mistake, I shouted. "Who are you? What do you want?" The footsteps stopped. For the first time, silence stretched too long. Then, slowly, the steps resumed, but heavier now, as though they dragged chains. They circled until dawn. I did not sleep. When the sun rose, I checked again. No tracks, not even a bent needle in the duff. The earth was undisturbed, but my nerves were not. I radioed base that morning, voice tight. Possible trespasser near station, multiple nights. The reply crackled back, "Copy, Claire. You're the only one out there. We'll note it." The flatness in the dispatcher's tone told me all I needed to know. No one was coming 20 miles down a dirt track for footsteps in the night. I resolved to document everything. Times, sounds, duration. I placed a notebook by the cot, pencil ready. I checked batteries in my radio twice a day. I kept my boots by the door. The silence between patrols grew heavier, as though the forest itself was waiting. On the seventh night, I tried something different. When the footsteps came, 02, right on schedule, I sat in the dark without the lantern. My eyes adjusted slowly. The cabin window reflected faint starlight, the glass a mirror. The steps circled. I gripped the pencil hard enough to snap it. Then, at the door, the breathing again. Louder now. Longer. I saw the latch tremble as if pulled from the outside. The voice came then, low, almost human, rasping like a throat torn with smoke. Claire, my own name, my chest constricted. The syllables dragged, stretched thin, as if spoken by someone not used to shaping them. I didn't answer. I held my breath until my vision blurred. The voice repeated, softer. Claire. Then the footsteps retreated into the trees. At dawn, my notebook was damp where my hand had sweated against the page. I wrote the word name 5 times, the letters crooked. I don't know how to describe the days after that, except to say the forest felt wrong. Jays stopped calling near the cabin. Squirrels no longer darted across the clearing. Even the wind seemed to avoid the station, brushing past without touching. I patrolled trails in silence, eyes darting to shadows that vanished when I turned my head. At night, I dreaded the clock's crawl toward midnight. On the 10th night, the boots came earlier, 22 on 48, a slow approach, dragging through needles. They stopped at the wall by my cot. I lay rigid, eyes fixed on the ceiling. A hand pressed against the logs from outside. The wood creaked inward, dust sifting from the seams. Fingers traced the wall, slow, deliberate, as if learning its shape. I couldn't breathe. The cabin felt smaller, closing around me. My radio hissed static, though I hadn't touched it. Then, clearly through the hiss, my name again. Claire. I snapped the radio off. The static died. The footsteps resumed, circling until the sky began to gray with dawn. When I opened the door at sunrise, I saw nothing. No prints, no sign. Only the forest, vast and indifferent. I have worked law enforcement long enough to know fear, but this was different. This was not adrenaline, not the rush of an emergency. This was erosion. Something steady and patient, wearing me down one night at a time. I began to wonder if the footsteps would ever stop, or if they were not an intruder at all, but the forest itself, pacing its boundaries, reminding me that I was not welcome here. By the second week, I stopped pretending the footsteps were a hiker who'd lost their way. I began treating the cabin like a crime scene. I lived inside. In daylight, I made a list and worked down it, the way I would on patrol. Establish baselines, control variables, document. I sifted ash from the stove and sprinkled a thin ring of gray a foot out from the walls. A narrow moat that would betray any print. I strung fishing line with a few tin mugs and a fork around the porch, so the slightest touch would sing. I taped my radio's PTT down for a second, just enough to make sure the squelch cut in cleanly, then released it and logged the time. I set my camera on the sill with a fresh card and full battery, pointed out toward the clearing with a slow interval timer so that if anyone walked past, even in the dark, I'd have something to show another human being. The next time a voice on the other end asked if I was copy. The boots returned that night at 23:11, early enough to make the hours stretch long and thin. The first pass around the cabin brushed the mugs, and I felt the relief in my body first. Sound, a physical confirmation. The mugs clinked once, twice, then fell silent as if a hand had steadied them. The line didn't move again. I kept my eyes on the ash ring, breath held until it hurt. When the steps reached the door and paused, the ash didn't so much as tremble. No print, no scuff, not even a mouse scribble. The wood of the door planked in millimeters as weight leaned into it from outside. A slow exhale washed through the seams. I tasted iron. I didn't say a word. I let the pencil record for me 23:13, pacing resumed 30:19, shadow crosses glass 23:32, breathing at window 23:28. Ash undisturbed. The routine soothed nothing. It put the night in a box that still had no lid. On my next supply run to an old shed, half a mile down the track, I found a stack of logbooks, jammed behind dry gas canisters. The covers were sun-faded blue, the spiral binding rusted. I carried 3 back to the station like contraband and set them on the table. The first dated to 2004, the second to 1991, the third to a decade I felt in the brittle paper before I read the year 1978. Inside were the usual entries: trail maintenance, notes about snow lines, a penciled sketch of a bear print bigger than any boot. But there were other notes too, threaded through like a private conversation across decades. In 1991, a ranger named H. McCrae wrote, "Heard boots around outer suburb 40, no sign at dawn, latch door from inside. In 1978, heavy pacing. Don't open when it stops." In 2004, a seasonal I recognized only by the last name Hadley. Someone older rangers mentioned when a storm came up. Wrote it knows my name now. The ink had bled into the page where sweat or rain had touched it. On the very last line of that book, pressed so hard the paper buckled, someone had carved with the tip of a pen, "Leave before it asks twice." I closed the book and put both palms flat on the table, as if pressure would hold the room together. Then I folded each log in wax paper from the kitchen and slid them into my pack. It felt like stealing the cabin's memory out from under it. The boots changed on the 9th night. They came not on the ground but on the roof. Slow steps across tin that reverberated through the ribs of the cabin. If you've ever heard a goat cross a shed, you know that light clatter. These weren't that. These were deliberate, heel to toe, heavy enough to make a fine dust sift from the rafters. The first pass went over the stove, then above my cot, then to the far wall. They stopped directly over my head. The tin oil canned softly with weight. I moved the cot by instinct, dragging it across floorboards to the opposite wall. And as soon as I did, the steps followed, unhurried like a warden pacing up there, content to make me relocate until there would be nowhere left to go. I radioed base. The squeal of static lifted hairs along my forearm. "Station to base," I said, keeping my voice flat. "Unknown person on roof. Requesting check in and guidance." The reply clicked in with the delay that told me the repeater had bothered to listen. "Base to station. Copy condition. You're solo. No units available to respond overnight." A pause, then, gentler. "Claire, secure indoors. Update at first light." Something about hearing my own name through the radio while the roof shifted under boot. Sounds made my scalp tighten. I signed off, then shut the radio and set it face down. The steps crossed to the stovepipe. The metal rang once, a hollow bell. Smoke that should not have existed puffed down and edged the air with a faint, old campfire bite. I watched the pipe for heat, shimmer that wasn't there. The head of a nail in the plank wall beside me glinted, then dulled, as if a shadow had learned how to flex thin and long. On the 11th day I drove out, more to see another human face than to pick up supplies, and handed the camera card to our district tech. A patient man who could retrieve photos from cards people had put through washing machines. He plugged it in, typed the magic. I never bothered to learn, and brought up the folder. Every interval stamp was there, neat as a heartbeat. Every file opened to black. He tried levels and curves, histogram tricks that sometimes rescue images from themselves. In 4 files, a faint gray haze appeared along the bottom edge, as though fog had scribbled its name. In one there was a blur at the very corner that my brain wanted to call a boot heel, but that he, kindly, named lens artifact. He gave the card back to me, as if returning a bird that had refused to be caught. "You're sure your timer's working?" he said gently. I told him I was sure. He didn't argue. He didn't have to. That evening I dusted flour along the threshold. Inside the door, a desperate household trick you use when mice are eating your crackers. I chalked a line across the sill as a secondary mark, a crisp edge I could check with my thumbnail. I took a photo with my phone and labeled it 2017 in the notes. At 22:48, the pacing started in the trees the way it always did, a slow stitching of the clearing's edge. At 23:03, the breathing pressed through the gaps around the door and slid along the floorboards like a draft. The chalk line remained unbroken. The flour lay smooth. The latch trembled once, a silver laugh. The steps moved to the window. I kept still and watched my breath fog the glass from inside until the fog smeared with another breath from outside. 2 ovals of condensation, misaligned by an inch, grew and faded in a gentle rhythm, as perfect as any sleeping person's. One of them belonged to me. The voice came softer that night and wronger. "Claire," it said. But the syllables had been rehearsed with a mouth that didn't fit them. It added 3 more words that made the room tilt open. For me, it wasn't a demand yet. It had the patience of a machine repeating the same instruction until the person listening decided compliance would be easier than complaint. I went to the desk, tore a page from the logbook. I'd started and wrote a single line for myself to read when I needed the version of me that still believed rules mattered. "I will not open when the breathing stops." I taped it to the door. The next afternoon, I found a set of prints in the dust on the track, a quarter-mile from the station. For a breathless moment, relief flashed through me. Confirmation at last. Then I knelt. They were boot prints, yes, but not like any I'd seen. The heel had a row of small circles, too regular for modern tread, like ancient hobnails or the faint coin, shape left by something hammered long ago. The toe bled forward into the dirt in a smear that suggested weight dragging at the end of each step. The stride was human, too narrow to be moose, too long to be a bare false register. The trackway approached from the west, then stopped dead 15 yards from my clearing. The last print crisp, edges sharp, no turn, no back trail. I followed the timber line like a dog and found nothing. I called my supervisor, a steady man named Mason who had the gift of making you feel less foolish for believing your own eyes. I told him the facts I could swear to and left the rest alone. He listened without cutting in. "I can push a maintenance check to you in the morning," he said. "No promises." The little pause after no promises meant there would be paperwork and there would be other priorities, and in any case, even if someone drove up the track at dawn, I would still be alone at midnight. That night the boots waited until Sauershausen to begin. They paced once around, then twice, the second loop tighter as if measuring. At Hausersen 58, they stopped at the door and stood there long enough for me to count 60 breaths and realize that some counted as mine and some did not. The latch lifted and settled. The chalk line flaked off in one spot where the wood had swelled. The flour remained smooth. Then the steps crossed the porch and climbed the wall. Vertical, impossible, each footfall planting on logs that offered no purchase. They reached the roof, crossed over me, and stopped in the exact center of the room. The tin sank 1/8 of an inch. Dust sifted onto my blanket like ash. The radio clicked on by itself. A half-second of soft hiss. Then a voice in the flat-tone dispatchers use when the world is coming apart and they need you to do one thing. "Claire, do not answer the door," it said. Mason's cadence, his pragmatic rhythm, the particular way he leans on the second syllable of my name. I almost laughed with relief, with gratitude at how precise help could sound. I grabbed the mic and keyed it. "Copy," I said. "Are you on?" The reply came with no gap at all, as if it had been waiting right on the other side of the wave. Open. Not Mason's voice. Not even a voice mimicking him. My own voice, played back slowly, each vowel heavier than my mouth could make it. I dropped the mic hard enough to crack plastic. Every hair on my arms lifted. The roof creaked as if a weight shifted from one heel to the other. Impatient. The voice came again without the radio this time, pressed through the door seam like breath. "Open for me." The ash ring lay smooth and perfect. I did something then that I had mocked in other people's stories. I spoke to the thing like a person. "You are not welcome," I said, and the sentence felt solid in my throat, a beam I could climb. "You are not welcome here." The words came back through the wood in my voice, syllables in the same order. A perfect recording. Then repeated wrong, the vowels stretched, the consonants hard where mine would have been soft. It tried the phrase again, and again like a student pronouncing a new language. And on the fourth try it let the last word fall into a long exhale that sounded like relief. I don't remember sleeping. I must have gone under between one breath and the next because I woke to gray, to that cold that soaks into mountain rooms, just before the light decides to show itself. When I opened the door, the chalk line was intact. The flower was intact. The ash ring was intact. 15 feet out from the cabin, all the needles lay oriented the same direction, calmed into a tidy path that circled the building twice, then ceased. My camera held 70. 6 images of black erupted by one image that was not any color at all, but a thin plane of white like a door left ajar in a lightless room. The timestamp stuttered between outer 58 and 1200, as if the camera could not decide which world's clock it should obey. I went to the creek that afternoon because I needed a sound I knew. The water ran low over gravel, making that glass bead murmur that never pretends to be anything other than what it is. I knelt and wet my bandana and pressed it over my eyes and told myself that if I came back and found my door standing open, I would drive out and sleep in my car in a pullout with all the other sensible people who let their engines keep them company. And at 2 in the morning, when I returned, the door was shut. The note I'd taped to it had curled at the corners but held. I put my hand against the wood and felt it cool, as if shade had never left it even when the sun had. The footsteps waited until 0107. When they came, they were inside. There was no entry, no hinge groan, no latch click, no sigh of wood. One moment the room held only my breathing and the stove's small hitches of settling iron. The next, the far corner blossomed with pressure, a sense of mass inhabiting air. Floorboards depressed in a path toward the cot-knot prints, not even visible dents, but the ghost of weight. A shift of light that the eye reads as shape because light has to go somewhere and cannot go through weight. The steps were quiet now, as if soft-souled, as if someone had learned the sound I feared most and decided to remove it. They stopped a foot from the bed. The blanket tilted an inch under weight that wasn't there. Something sat. I couldn't breathe. I could, but only shallowly. And the sound of it made me furious, because I could hear how the other, breathing, leaned into my rhythm to match. I reached for the radio and pushed the PTT without lifting it from the table. "Base," I said, the words a scrape. "Do not come." Repeat. No response needed. Static sizzled like fat in a pan. The thing on the bed shifted, a patient, fond movement, as if someone had remembered where a person's knee goes when they sit close. It leaned in. The room smelled like wet wool warmed by a body that had come in from snow. "Claire," it said very softly, as if saying my name were a kindness. Then, in a tone that understood that nights are long but not infinite, "One more." I stared at the note on the door and read the line to myself with my lips without making sound. "I will not open when the breathing stops." The room held its two breaths until they were one. Then, with a care that made my eyes sting, the other breath ceased. The space beside me waited. The latch stayed still. The ash ring lay intact, a circle drawn against nothing, keeping nothing in and nothing out. But it was something I had made, and I clung to it, the way a person clings to a syllable in a strange place. The footfalls did not return to the roof. They did not return to the porch. They did not leave. They arranged themselves in the corner of the room, between the stove and the shelf of NML mugs, and watched me in a way you feel and cannot prove. I did not move until a line of white expanded along the eastern seam of the window, and the world offered me a thing. It could still do dawn. I have no heroism to report. I have only this. When the light came enough to show that the boards were only boards and the walls only wood, and the air only air, I stood, opened the door, stepped onto the porch, and closed it behind me without looking down. The flour streaked under my boot a fraction. The chalk line broke. The ash ring scattered. I left it there like a signature. Part of me thought that would end it. That whatever walked at midnight would mark the broken circle as a win and be done. Part of me knew better. The day had not finished before I found my name, written in the condensation on the inside of the window in letters made by a finger that had pressed too carefully. CLAR, the E too straight, the R too long. The C correcting itself halfway through, as if someone had practiced on a surface that did not take marks and suddenly found one that did. That night I would either leave or I would stay. The footsteps had said, "One more." I believed it. I didn't know whether "one more" meant one more lap, one more knock, one more name, one more person, one more door. I folded the 1978 logbook open to the line I'd written and set it on the table. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and my boots on, and I waited for the cabin to decide whether it would still be mine when midnight reached it. Midnight didn't arrive all at once. It seeped in through the joints like cold. I kept my back to the door, boots on, knees up, palms flat on my thighs. I let the stove go to a low glow because I want to hear everything the air decided to do. The cabin breathed with me, wood flexing in tiny ticks. I stared at the note I had taped to the door and read the sentence until it felt like a rail I could grip with my mind. "I will not open when the breathing stops." At Oda Wundine, Wade entered the room. There was no latch sound, no hinge. The air just clenched by the far wall, and then relaxed into a shape. You can't see pressure, but you can feel how light behaves around it. I watched the corner between the stove and the mugs dim half a tone, as if someone had moved between the room and a light that wasn't on. The first footfall came without sound. Only the floorboards gave it away, a shallow bow, then the rebound. It crossed to me unhurried. I matched its rhythm with my breath, not because I wanted to, but because the body learns even while the brain refuses. It stopped a foot from my knees. The blanket by my hip rose an inch, a suggestion of thigh settling. The room smelled like wool, warmed after a long wet day, the faint animal of old leather, a ghost of stove smoke from winters long before mine. I realized the smell had been inside the logs all along, waiting for air. "Claire," it said, as if greeting someone who had finally come home. I didn't answer. The sentence on the door gave me a jaw to borrow. The voice tried again, not louder, not nearer. Just a small adjustment in how it shaped me. "Claire." This time it stacked another phrase under it like a shelf. One more. The words were careful, evenly spaced, the way you speak into a recorder to hear how a thing will sound when it comes back out. I stared at the note until the letters blurred. One more what? One more lap. One more name. One more night. Hadley's line in the old log. "Leave before it asks twice," floated up in my head like a lifeboat without oars. The breathing was easy then. 2 rhythms, mine and its, pacing each other without touching. The quiet had weight. I counted to 100, then to 100 again because I didn't trust the first count. My watch read 1200. The second hand didn't move, the battery should have, but the cabin held it. The thing beside me shifted with a small patient sigh and stood. The floorboards didn't creak. It crossed the room to the desk where I'd laid the 1978 logbook, opened to my line and paused as if to read. The page trembled once, the paper lifting in the draft of something that wasn't air. Then the log turned a leaf very slowly on its own, the way a cautious person flips a page while wearing gloves. The sound of paper sliding over paper felt indecently loud. The page settled on an entry written in the cramped hand of someone, trying to cram fear into factual lines. Heavy pacing. Don't open when it stops. The radio popped to life on its own, a small polite throat clearing. "Station," it said in Mason's cadence. And the spine between my shoulders loosened with a relief that embarrassed me. "Are you awake?" I picked the handset up an inch off the table and didn't key it. The voice continued without waiting. "Open the door. You're safe." The tone was wrong, not the words, the timing. Mason leaves one beat between sentences, like he's letting you choose to step into them. This voice stacked words flush against each other, no air. Then, quieter. As though it had discovered, whispering is more efficient than shouting. "Open for me." I set the handset back down like it was made of eggshells. I didn't touch the PTT. The voice denied the radio's throat. Came through the door seam instead, soft and steady as breath. "Open. For me." Across the room the mugs chimed once, a courtesy cough. The tin roof dimpled above, then undimpled, as if the cabin were a lung. The steps resumed inside. A slow pacing that mapped the room, the way a blind person learns a new space: wall, shelf, stove, window, door, and back again. They stopped with a small pleasure whenever they reached the door, as if the distance to it were delicious to cross. I let the minutes stack like papers. I kept still till my legs sank pain up my thighs, until my feet went numb and my toes began to throb with it. At 01:03, the breathing hitched. once, twice, and then stopped. Everything in me reached for the latch like a dog for a bell. Rule, I told myself. And read the sentence on the door with my eyes, until the words turned from language back into black marks. I will not open when the breathing stops. I pressed my tongue against my teeth and waited. My chest convinced me it was empty. It wasn't. The other quiet stayed where it was, a held breath made of room. Something touched my boot. Not a weight, a draft with intention. It moved up the laces and paused at the knot, curious about knots. It slipped along the leather and found the place where a toe joins a foot and stayed there like a hand, deciding whether to be a hand. I kept my gaze on the note and counted again, slow, letting each number be heavier than the last. When the breathing came back, it didn't belong to lungs. It belonged to the room. The gap under the door inhaled and exhaled. The seams between the logs my back drew cool air and pushed it out in a rhythm that matched the old nails. Tiny clicks as they accommodated the flex. It wasn't a trick, and it wasn't not a trick. It was simply what a house could do when something asked it kindly. Once, the voice said, and the word went under my name and waited. Twice, it said the second, like a person making sure a child has understood an instruction. Open. It tried the order again, rearranging it as if there might be a combination that would make a latch obey. Open for me. I stood without meaning to. The presence matched my height with a tilt. I placed one palm on the door and felt the outside cold transfer through it, as if wood were a membrane. The latch didn't move. The ash ring I had scattered lay only in my memory now, but I pictured it. A chalk circle on a school floor a teacher makes with a rope to give children a place to gather. The cabin felt like that, a circle, and I was either inside or outside, and the difference mattered. Hadley's last line, pushed like a hand between my shoulder blades. Leave before it asks twice. It had asked once on the bed. It had asked now. I lowered my hand, kept it on the wood until the grain under my palm stopped feeling like a map and started feeling like a thing, and then I took it away. I picked up my pack, which I had already laced tight and set upright like a promise to my future self. I slung it. I didn't look for the camera or the timer or the phone, because none of them liked me after midnight, and I had no more apologies to offer. The handle turned without a click. I hadn't touched it. It turned to the exact degree a latch needs to think it's obeyed, and then let itself back. One more. The voice said softly. It wasn't a command. It was a sadness. I twisted the knob, opened the door, and stepped out into the porch. The forest lay in attention. Stars tilted in the window glass. The clearing's edge waited like a lip. The air tasted of cold iron and dust. Behind me, the boards eased as weight shifted to watch. I took 2 steps to the edge of the porch and stopped. The dirt beyond my scatter of flour was smooth. The chalk line I'd broken earlier was a pale stitching in the threshold wood. I stepped over it again like a person stepping back into their own footprint. The boots didn't follow me onto the porch. They moved to the door. Instead, slow, then stood with their breath pressed into the seam where my back had been a minute ago. I shut the door gently, because slamming would have been theater, and I didn't want to feed it. The latch settled. On the glass to my left, my name formed in fog on the inside where I had just been, letter by careful letter. CLA. Then stopped as if mid-listen. The last trace ran downward and then evaporated. I walked to the car. The track out of the station is a blind throat with trees leaning in. You know that you are pointed toward the world only because the road continues. I drove with both hands on the wheel, and the rearview mirror showed only the pale dash of trunk after trunk, a metronome of verticals. At the first bend, something stepped onto the roof as lightly as a person putting a hand on a door frame in a dark hallway. The metal cupped and sang one long note. I kept my foot steady on the gas and counted telephone poles that were not actually there. At the second bend, the weight moved to the center of the car and sat like a quiet passenger. A finger drew on the windshield from the inside, a circle that fogged and then cleared. I rolled all the windows down and let the mountain air cold my lungs. The circle made no more progress. At the junction where the track meets dirt, that counts as a road, the weight lifted. The car roof popped up a fraction. The windshield fog dissipated as if a kitchen door had opened. Behind me, in the lane of the rear window, I saw the porch light of the station, which hadn't worked all season, blink once like a sleepy eye and then go dark. I did not drive to base. I drove to a pullout where 2 RVs slept flats, and I parked between them and folded myself small in the driver's seat. I stayed awake until gray made the pines into the sketch of themselves, and then I drove in. Mason watched me cross the lot and didn't speak until I did. "I'm done," I said. "Close it." He didn't argue. He didn't ask for adjectives. He set a hand on the counter and nodded like a man counting inventory. "Leave your keys," he said. "I'll send maintenance for the stove and a lock for the door." The way he said lock made it sound like comfort offered to a child after a nightmare. Unnecessary but kind. He printed a page for me to sign. The form said Tran Sefar OF Do Y and had boxes for equipment checked and keys returned and comments. In the corner, in a small hand that did not look like his, were 3 initials HM, dated a year I didn't want to count. I signed under where a dozen names had written themselves small. He saw me see and said, "She didn't check out." I nodded. He added, "You did." We went up together at noon because light makes men feel bigger. The cabin was only wood and glass again. The note on the door had fallen to the floor. The line I had written faced up. I didn't pick it up. On the inside of the door, traced in the faintest rub of resin dust from years of hands, my name had been written to the end this time. Each letter careful. The E too straight, the R too long. CLR. Mason stared a second and then said, "Wood remembers." That's all. He locked the door even though it would never matter, and hung the key on a nail, under the eaves where everyone hangs keys, when they need to pretend a place will be open again. I moved to a busier district the next week, a station with a porch light that actually works, and radios that don't talk to me after midnight. The first night in the new bunk room, I slept 12 hours and woke raw, the way people cry after weddings. For a while the wind was only wind, and the roof only roof. For a while footsteps I heard were human, rangers coming off shift, boots muddy and hearts louder than they knew. The quiet is different now. I don't mean the mountains. They still hold their breath in the same places. I mean the hush that knows my shape. Some afternoons the closet door in my apartment in town creaks a millimeter on its hinges and stops, like a person catching themselves being impolite. Sometimes, in the second before I fall all the way asleep, the mattress remembers a weight beside my hip and forgets again. Once, at Odor $41, the radio on my kitchen counter clicked on and said, in my own voice slowed and smoothed. Open. And I laughed out loud because I was not there with it, and that meant I was still mine. The old logbooks sit now in a drawer beside my bed. I shouldn't have taken them, but leaving them felt wrong, like mailing letters to an empty house. When I wake at the seams of the night, I read the lines that are only facts. Snow line, trail cleared, bear at mile 5, and they ladder me back to a world that is changeless in the ways that matter. Sometimes my eyes slide to the notes between. Heavy pacing. Don't open when it stops. Leave before it asks twice. It asked me twice. I left on the second. If you earn a post at a lonely station, bring extra batteries and extra stubbornness. Sprinkle your ash if it makes your hands stop shaking. Tape your rule to the door. When it says your name, let your name be a coat you can take off and hang on the peg until morning. Walk the perimeter at dawn and pretend the lack of sign means nothing was there. But know what I know. Sometimes the world will learn how to pace outside your walls, then inside, then under your ribs. It will call itself by your voice and ask for one more thing. Don't give it what it asks for, even if the asking is polite. Don't open when the breathing stops. If you need a reason beyond fear, use mine. I checked out. I got to write my name in the book that says who left, and the world, for now, keeps honoring that line. When I stand on porches now and listen to the kind of quiet that carries creaks a mile, I keep my boots on, but I let my shoulders drop. At midnight, the steps I hear are mine, from when I get up to check that the latch is set, and that the note on the door is still there, curling at the corners but legible. I will not open when the breathing stops, and when a voice as soft as wool warmed by a fire says my name through wood that is only wood, I let the door be the thing that answers. My name is Ranger Micah Reynolds. I am 36 years old and serve as a law enforcement ranger in Yellowstone National Park with a technical emphasis on swiftwater response. My work, most days, is ordinary in the way mountain work is ordinary: long patrols on washboard roads, citations for people who edge too close to bison, reminders to keep food locked, and the occasional rescue that turns the hours elastic. Rivers are where my training tightens, into a habit you can feel in your bones. I have hauled drunks out of the Madison at midnight, cut anglers free when their waders filled in the fire hole, and stood chest deep in spring snowmelt holding a throw bag, while the current tried to convince me I was only another stick in its mouth. I tell you this because I want you to hear the caution in the next sentences I write. I am not given to exaggeration. I will keep to times, places, weather, and technique as far as the words allow. But you should also know that what happened at 7 Mile Bridge in early June made the word technique feel flimsy in my mouth. It began with a call that sounded like 100 others. Saturday, 1842. A visitor flagged down a patrol near Madison to report that her brother slipped from the bank and disappeared under the dark riffle below a cottonwood. He had been venturing too close to the edge for a photograph. She had reached for his sleeve and got nothing but air. No life jacket. No helmet. The river was high from the last cold snap. Snowmelt coming off the plateaus. Firehole and Gibbon shouldering together to make the Madison broader and faster than it looks from the pullouts. Water temperature that week had hovered in the 40s. You can get your breath knocked clean out of you just by stepping in. Incident command went up at the 7 Mile lot because it's the place you can park a dozen trucks and a trailer and not stop traffic. ICS is a useful spell when the air turns to glass, ops, plans, logistics, hasty, grid, downstream safety, throw bags every 50 yards. Comms clear on the half hour. Our lost subject 27-year-old Colin Pierce from Bozeman, last seen in a black hoodie and jeans. Slipped at 1835-1837, sister called 911 and for patrol encountered 1858 first SAR rig on scene. 1907 tagline across the slow side under the bridge. 1912 we had our first downstream safety posted. I note these times for the record. I can recite them without looking, because they kept me intact later when other things did not. By 2000, we had rangers and volunteers walking the banks with headlamps, watching for a catch at the strainers. The river's voice carried up the glacially carved walls, rough and indifferent. A bald eagle worked the thermals above the bank. It had a schedule I could not see. The sister, named Alice, sat on the tailgate of her rental SUV with a foil blanket over her shoulders and her hands, laced so tight her knuckles looked like chalk. I crouched and did the part of the job I hate. And that matters. I said the words about water temperature and the way bodies travel, about survivability curves and how they aren't beliefs but data. I kept my voice steady. I told her we would keep searching after dark. I didn't say the part about how rivers keep their dead in pockets and under tongues and only spit them up when they are ready. We ran till 0100. Nothing. Not a scarf, not a hat, not the sick shine of wet denim on a snag. We stood down until dawn per protocol, because you can drown good people in the dark, looking for a person who is not breathing. I volunteered to be back on the river, at first light with Sierra Klein from SAR, a woman who trusts water because she respects it, who will tell you 100 different ways to say no if you try to make her do something stupid. Sierra and I have worked scenes together long enough to read each other's shoulders. At Zo 438, the sky went from ink to iron. Steam rose off the fire hole upstream from Drisser country and drifted across the meadow in white ropes. We launched the John boat into a slow braid near the inside bend. Dry suits, PFDs, helmets, throw bags at our feet, and a drag rigged between a pair of old grapnel hooks that looked like something your grandfather used to haul hay. We sweep low and methodical, never making hero moves, hugging the inside where a body would catch. Sierra held the stern and read the currents. I worked the drag, paying line out and drawing it back in smooth, careful arcs, like calming a horse's mane. The bridge threw a pale shadow, and swallows cut the air under it in brief, decisive dashes. The water spoke the same hard syllables it speaks every June. At Zo 5-12, the hooks snagged something that wasn't rock and wasn't brush. I felt it through the line the way anglers feel a pull that isn't quite fish. Sierra saw it too, the pause in the rope, the lazy dip that says you've found weight. We traded a look that meant, don't guess. I eased the line so whatever we had wouldn't slip off. Sierra feathered the motor and nudged us toward a gravel tongue so we could work without the river asserting itself. We've pulled bodies before. You learn not to rehearse the face. You prepare for the wrongness of a denim leg where denim legs shouldn't be. You don't look away. Your hands do the work a human body needs done, gently, like you're closing a stranger's eye in a room where all the machines have gone quiet. I set my knees against the gunwale and leaned back on the rope, coaxing whatever was down there to rise. It gave slowly, reluctantly, with a drag that spoke of silt and the sticky pull of riverweed. Then the surface bulged. For a second it read like a human shoulder through muddy water. Pale, round, not the color of trout belly or bark, but that unmistakable human white that looks wrong under sky. I worked the line hand over hand, and a second bulge lifted. Another shoulder maybe, or a hip. The water slicked off it. I saw no fabric. I saw no hair. Just skin smooth and too clean, the way wax looks when you peel it from a mold. My stomach went cold, not with fear yet, but with correction. The picture in my head reassembled to fit what my eyes were showing me. Sierra's voice was calm in the marrow of the morning. "Whatever it is, keep it in the shade," she said. I didn't understand her language until later, when my nerves replayed her tone like a song and refused to stop. We weren't in full sun yet. The canyon wall kept us in a soft gray, where light hadn't sharpened its edges. I took wraps of the line around the bow cleat and breathed in with the river. The thing slid higher. A torso now. Humanoid the way a carved figure is humanoid. When you notice the sculptor didn't put in the face. The place where a face should have been was smooth a river stone. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Only the suggestion of a head, shaped dumb that didn't quite reach the proportions your mind expects. It was the sort of wrong that reverberates backward. Your heart tries to tell your eyes they've made a mistake, and your eyes tell your heart to sit down, Sierra. I said, and that was all. I see it, she said. And the words fell flat, like she'd dropped them in a room with no floor. I thought, stupidly, of those pale subterranean salamanders the old books call olms, the ones with skin so thin you can see the veins remember red. The thing's surface had that translucent sheen, living clay. Not bloated, not purple, not dead, just unfinished. River water slipped from it in streams that beaded and ran in slow patterns. It lifted one arm in the current. Not lifted, maybe. That suggests intent. The current moved it, and the shape of the limb made motion look like motion. 3 human, length segments, shoulder, forearm, hand. Fingers long as cigarettes. Webbed to the second knuckle with a membrane so fine it made threads of light. It flexed once and then stilled. We were quiet in the boat then, because quiet is what your body does when the part of your brain that slaps labels on the world can't find the drawer it needs. Sierra's hand tightened on the tiller until the glove creaked. The motor ticked a single sucked breath and then settled back to its low, dutiful hum. I took another loop on the cleat and breathed through my nose, because my mouth had decided it didn't trust air. Sierra said, and I knew she meant a body bag. The way we sometimes do on water when the thing you're dealing with shouldn't touch the world until the world is ready. I nodded. She nosed us closer to the gravel bar. We were still in shade. The sun had not yet thrown its gold over the canyon, lipped to turn the river into knives. We drew the shape toward the shallows, steady, like escorting a herd animal that doesn't know you're helping. I don't want to lie to you and say, I didn't think then of miracles, or of the reverse of miracles. People vanish in parks. People slip between breaths. Most of the time the explanations are ugly and tame. Hypothermia, a bad step, a drink too many, a map read upside down. But you spend enough nights under a sky that pays you no mind, and your belief in odds begins to itch. I thought of Colin. I thought of the sister's hands folded, so hard the bones looked lit from inside. I thought of the thread of life running under all this water, and how the river loses track of which was forward, and which way is back when spring shoves it. We eased the figure alongside the boat. It bumped the aluminum with a sound too soft to be a bump, more like a kiss. Close up. The knot face was worse. Your eye looks for any hook to hang knowing on. A pore, a crease, a wrinkle where a nose might cast a shadow. There was nothing. The skin wasn't smooth like plastic. It was textured ever so slightly, like bark under snow. A seam ran where a mouth might have. Not a cut, but a fault line under skin, threaded with a faint pale vein. Its chest rose. Or else the water made it look like it did. I found myself counting, waiting for proof either way. I don't know whether it breathed. I know the hair on my arms flattened and then stood again as if the nearby air could make up its mind. Only every other second. The sun broke the ridge at 05 and 24. It happened with the sudden theatricality it always does here. One moment the world is pewter. The next a blade of direct gold slides along the rock like it's been waiting backstage for its cue. A single bar of light swung across the river and touched the thing's shoulder. It screamed. There is an old, clean sound I associate with trouble. The snarl of rope on metal, the shout of a name in a wind, the crack of wet wood. This was none of those. This was a noise I have only otherwise heard in nightmares about babies. Not the pitch, not the human part. It was the helplessness that made me want to put my hands over my ears and over my heart at the same time. The sound rose with the light. Pure sunlight made it ache. It didn't thrash. It didn't fight. It simply screamed like a throat discovering what pain is for. Sierra swore once. Softly, and threw the boat back into shadow with a jerk so clean I barely felt it. The line in my hands went taut. The scream cut off as if someone had pinched it with 2 fingers. We stared at each other, across the pale thing gently riding the shaded water. The gulls under the bridge shut up, and then started again like a machine kicked back on. I couldn't tell if my hands were shaking, or if the river was doing it for me. I am not ashamed to tell you that I have been shot at and been afraid, in a way that makes you efficient. This was fear that made me stupid. I opened my mouth to say something that would sound like a plan. What came out was air. Keep it out of the sun, Sierra said again, quietly, like I might be hard of hearing. Micah, keep it out of the sun. I kept the line on the cleat and my body between the thing and the sun the way I would instinctively shelter a hypothermic patient from wind. Sierra feathered the motor and let us drift back until the canyon's shadow reclaimed us. The pale surface lost that glassy sheen you get right before ice melts. I didn't know if I was watching a creature calm down or river putty going slack. Copy ops, Sierra said into her mic, voice level now. We have an object, humanoid form, alive or reactive, photophobic response to direct light. We're in shade on the inside bend, 200 downstream of 7 Mile. Advice. She didn't say the part about screaming because it didn't feel like a detail you put on the air if you could help it. Static. A pause long enough to remind us that radios have to find their way through stone. Ops came back, hold. Repeat, hold position in shade. Do not attempt removal until plans arrives on scene. We're calling wildlife, medical, and county. Maintain downstream safety. The words were clean and rational. The river said its old hard syllables, indifferent to ours. I worked a hand under the throw bag pouch and pulled out the rolled Mylar emergency blanket I keep there for people whose day has gone downhill into cold. The thing wasn't shivering, but the way the sunlight had lit it to pain felt like a cousin to shock. I opened the blanket slow, so the crackle wouldn't startle whatever sense it had, and laid it over the part of the shape nearest the light. The foil clung with a faint static whisper. It stuck as if the skin held a charge. The seam where a mouth should have been twitched, the suggestion of a line under wax, and then stilled. Everything in me loosened a notch I refused to name relief. Thermal, Sierra said, nodding at the small IR gun clipped to my vest. I pointed it at the pale dome. The readout blinked 45 Grafe F, river temperature, then stuttered to 41, then 46, like the surface couldn't decide. When I aimed at my own forearm above the wrist gasket, the display obligingly read 84. At the foil, 47 and holding. Cold, I said, which was nothing and still felt like saying it mattered. We eased the figure toward the gravel, tongue, all I could plant a boot and take some of the load. It wasn't heavy, it was all displacement. If I had to guess weight, I'd have guessed what a man my size weighs, but the way it moved in the water made the number a joke. The membrane between the fingers bellied and hud like the wing of a bat underwater. When the current bumped it, the knot shoulder rolled with a smoothness that made my skin pebble. I slid a gloved hand under to keep it from scraping stone and felt, through neoprene, a texture like bark under a thin layer of clay. Sierra's voice had changed, not louder, but moving toward a place where you make your tone soft on purpose. Her eyes were on the seam. It had trembled again. The line parted a fraction. Not a mouth opening. That would require lips, but a fault easing. Clear river water bled from it in a slow thread. The sound it made was so soft, I almost missed a hiss that carried 3 syllables my brain arranged into ha, elp, p. I put my hand on the gunwale because my knees had decided to rehearse a collapse. Micah, Sierra said, but not to me. The way you say someone's name when you want whatever is listening to understand what a human voice sounds like when it knows who stands beside it. The seam shut, the pale surface went still. Under the foil, I felt the faintest rise against my palm, and then a slackness like the river had claimed its shape back a fraction, a tide in inches. I looked at my hand. Water gloved my glove, a clean layer that didn't run off in droplets but held as if aligned, skin on skin. I shook it, irritated at myself. It clung a heartbeat longer than water should, and then sheared away in a sheet that caught light and vanished. Ops to Unit 2, the radio barked. We have the sister on foot at the lot. Keep her back until County arrives. Sierra glanced at me. Kopi, she said. We're on the inside bend. I'll meet her at the bank. She swung the bow, set the skeg, and gave the boat the smallest dose of throttle to wedge us belly, up to the gravel. You stay with it, she said low. Shade and slow hands. No more hero moves. I haven't made any, I said, which was a lie I'd picked up from the job, because lies come in kits with the gear. I crouched on the bar, with the line around the cleat and the miler, tucked around the form like I was tucking in a child who'd fallen asleep in a too bright room. The foil made a papery, patient sound with each miniature wave. Swallows scribbled under the bridge. A mayfly lifted and laid itself down on the water and drew a tiny map that the river immediately erased. Footsteps scuffed gravel behind me. I expected Sierra and the controlled packet of family grief that is always a sister. Instead, something made the hair at the base of my skull bristle a split second before a shadow fell across the foil. I shifted, hand up to block glare, and nearly barked at the person standing there, an older man in a cotton hoodie. gone dark at the sleeves. Sweat breaking on his forehead in a weather that did not deserve it. He looked wrong the way people look wrong when they are out of place in both time and reason. "Sir, this area is closed," I said. The sentence you put in front of worse sentences. "We need you to step back behind the tape." There was no tape. There hadn't been time to put any. But sometimes saying the word puts a line where you need one. He didn't look at me. He looked at the thing under the mylar. The way a man looks at an aquarium when he hasn't decided yet whether he's seeing fish or his reflection. "Cullen," he said, numb, like the syllables remembered what to do without him. Alice's brother's name moved through air and laid itself next to the river's noise. My gut went cold. "Sir," I said again, sharper now. "Who are you?" He blinked as if remembering there are other people on Earth. "I'm the uncle," he said. She called. I drove. He put a hand out, palm down, and the fall dipped without his palm touching it. The seam twitched. The thing made a sound so small it would have been nothing in wind. There was no wind. "Micah," it said. The voice was flat. My name just air shaped by water, shaped by foil. It carried no personality, no inflection, and still it put a curdle in my gut. The uncle's knees buckled and he caught himself, one hand on his own thigh, the other hovering over the foil as if he could push sound back inside. "Back," I said. Gentler, because I had decided in that instant that he might be a man who would step where he should not if I put hardness in my voice. "Please, step back. We're going to keep it covered. We're going to keep it in the shade." The thing slid under my hand a fraction toward the deeper water, one long, slow inch. Like River had made a decision about direction. I tightened the line. It stopped. The foil crackled. Sierra's boots came quick across the gravel then, Alice 5 steps behind. Foil, blanket still around her shoulders like she'd been afraid to take it off. Removing it made the case real. When she saw me on my knees with a blanket, tucked around a shape whose outline promised answers to a prayer and delivered a different religion, she stopped. Her hands came up to her mouth the way people put hands up when a car stops too close. "I's that," she said. The rest of the sentence left for us to save her from saying. "It's reactive," I said. "It hates the sun." The moment the word hates left my mouth, I wished I had picked another. We're trained to be careful with verbs. The radio on my shoulder ticked and then went to a smooth hiss. At first it was only static, and then something underneath it the ear recognizes, even when the head doesn't. The cadence of a human trying to be words. It was the wrong tone for dispatch, not Mason, not Ops. Alice's head snapped toward my shoulder, like she'd been struck by a memory. "That's his voicemail," she said, slow, like a person translating from a language only she speaks. The hiss built to stacks of sounds layered, like the syllables on a busy channel. "Help," came through, not from the radio exactly, but from inside that narrow ribbon of foil and water. Cold. It said the second word the way a caller says a last name, as if it were a given and he was only reminding us. "Colin," it said, behind it or under it or above it, or we decided it did. Ops arrived on the bank with 2 more rangers and county close behind, their boots already telling me the plan, before their voices did secure. Assess, don't contaminate. The county medic crouched beside me with the caution of a person who has knelt next to things that stopped being patients a long time ago, but are still treated like them. He slid a gloved finger toward the seam. The water there beaded around the latex, like it was trying to figure out whether to wet it or wear it. Jesus, he said. Not a prayer, just a sound he felt entitled to. Let's bag and transport shaded, Sierra said to Ops, and it sounded sane coming out of her, which is her gift. No way. We can hold this position once the light moves. We need a canopy and an ice chest we can pretend is a habitat until somebody smarter shows up. We need to keep. She searched the air for a word that would not get her laughed out of a briefing. It out of direct. We're not putting that in a county rig, the medic said. Good-natured in the way men get when the thing they're saying is not a joke. What can tarp it and LZ a helo for the university if they decide they want it. But I'm not the guy who explains to the ER why there's a mannequin that screams sunlight in bed 6. Just keep it shaded, I said, calmly, surprising myself. It was easier to be the calm voice kneeling next to the thing than to be the man staring down the rest of the day. We rigged a tarp on trekking poles over the gravel bar like a sack tent, staked lines to smooth rocks, adjusted angles as the shadow shifted. An intern from Wildlife, summer tan lines. Eyes too wide. Stood in the river and borrowed waders holding a corner line with both hands, like that corner was the only job on earth. County opened a soft stretcher and slid it under the foil and surface in my hands. When we lifted, the weight distributed in a way that said, body even if the details refused. Under the tarp, under my palm, the knot chest rose a fraction and fell, or the river pretended to. Alice knelt once, very quick, and touched foil with 2 fingers. Cole, she said, and changed her mind midway, the way people save themselves by remembering their own names. At 0607, the sun's blade cut under our tarp edge. It touched the foil at the corner before any of us could shift to block it. The scream ripped the quiet again. Smaller than before because the light was lesser, but it still made the intern flinch so hard. He almost dropped his guy line. The sound ricocheted off canyon walls and came back complicated. A heron downriver lifted and folded itself into flight, long legs drawing a patient line in air. Okay, Ops said, almost conversational now that everyone had heard what we had heard. Keep the edge blocked. He looked at me. Rhett learns. Talk to me, I said, a sentence I would have mocked yesterday. Voices, names, heat. Sierra didn't laugh at me. She adjusted the guy line so the tarp edge stayed honest. Something under the foil moved a fraction toward the deeper water. The line on the cleat went from easy to insistent. The pull wasn't strong enough to beat a man, but it wasn't the river either. It had a cadence to it. 1, pause, 2, pause, 3. The rhythm you use to test a rope that's just about to take your weight. I slipped my river knife from its sheath and held it low. The way you do when you know the problem is going to be either the rope or you, and you don't get to cut yourself free. Don't, Sierra said softly. If it pulls the stretcher under, it's going to flip, I said. It's not pulling to drown you, she said. It's pulling to go where water goes. Her voice had the kind of patience you use with rookies and with men who love rivers too much. The seam trembled. Water whispered through it. Micah came again, not a voice this time. Just a shape of air that had learned what my name does to my jaw. I tightened the line. The thing under the foil gave another long, slow inch toward depth, choosing not to fight. The sun slid brighter under the tarp. Plans wants us to stand by for command from county. Ops said into his mic. The polite version of a decision that had already been made somewhere with carpet and better coffee. I set my knife down on the gravel, within reach because setting it down felt like a thing a reasonable person would do. The river spoke its old syllables. The foil made its patient paper sound. The pull grew by a weight you can't measure by physics. I kept my hand on the cleat and my eyes on the seam and waited for someone to decide whether we were rescuing, recovering, or admitting we had met something that did not belong in any of our categories. The light crawled another inch. The thing slid another inch. The scream, when it came next, would take the legs out from under all of us, or I would cut the line and watch it take itself back into the shade where rivers keep the names they learn. The light crawled in a patient inch beneath the tarp, and the pull on the line matched it. 1, pause. 2, pause. Like a metronome set by something that didn't need lungs. I braced with the cleat against my hip and kept the miler snug where shade still held. Sierra watched the tarp edge like a sailor reads weather. County stood half in, half out of the gravel, faces turned into the river's voice, as if meaning might hide under the noise. Ops spoke into his mic with that careful calm people use when they want their own pulse to take the hint. All units hold. No movement. Wildlife en route, ETA 10. University on the fence. It would have been funny on a different day. Nothing about this stood on any fence I'd ever seen. The seam moved again. Not an opening. A rehearsal. Water bled along it in a clear thread and beaded at the edge of the foil. Alice made a small sound the way a person does when a name is almost spoken in a room where it shouldn't be. The uncle, both hands now, on his own thighs if he could hold himself to earth, stared without blinking. I could feel the weight of his stare, the way you feel sun on skin before you notice it. Micah, the river said, or the foil said, or my own head gave back to me. It was my name only as shape flat, precise, practiced. Language turned into geometry. Keep the edge honest. Sierra said to the intern, who nodded as if she'd entrusted him with the moon. The inch of sun struck the miler at the corner again. We shifted to block, but not fast enough. The scream launched. Animal and human and neither. And every person on that bar flinched like a single creature. The intern let go of his guy line on reflex. The tarp bellied, sun-speared. The thing arched under my palm without using muscle. The foil snapped like a flag. The stretcher slid 2 centimeters toward deep. The line on the cleat jerked hard enough to bite the aluminum. Alice moved then, because there is a kind of sound that empties choice. She lunged to the edge, hands out. The foil blanket still around her shoulders, skidding in gravel. Sierra caught her, arms crossed over arms, turned her body with the efficiency of someone who has prevented more falls than she's counted. Back, Sierra said, not loud, not angry. The kind of back that gives a person their dignity, while it refuses them their ruin. The uncle grabbed for the nearest corner of the tarp and jerked it down. Sun vanished. The scream cut off as if pinched closed. The air remembered what air felt like. Whole, Up said, but his voice had a data lag of fear. The pull did not stop. It became deliberate. Not a thrash, not panic. A steady insistence toward the dark water that waits under the bank where the river keeps the cool of caves. The seam trembled. Cold, it said very softly, as if the word were less a complaint than a direction. Then, in a tone that made my hands burn with memory, help. I have a rule I teach rookies on river work, because rules are the only scaffold we can build against the stupid urge to be special. You do not let the river decide your moves, and you do not punish it for trying. You put the patient where the physics help you, and you never make a second mistake to correct the first. I looked at the light edge. I looked at the pull. I thought of keeping it here for a photograph, a sample, a signature on a chain of custody tag that would let someone in a building make sense of my morning. I thought of the sound it made in Son, Reynolds. Ops said, because my hands were where the decision was. Cut it, Sierra said, very quietly, to me alone. As if we were still the only two people who knew a river's favorite word is down. It was not an order. It was a blessing. I slid my knife free and set the blade under the line, so the cut would be clean and not whip. On my mark, I said, useless ceremony that made my hands be hands. 3. The seam opened a fraction, the fault easing like ice under a boot. Micah, it said. Not pleading, not claiming. Like a man tapping the name on a door, to make sure the letters were where he remembered. The foil tightened under my palm, as if static wanted to tattoo it there. The pull added a little weight. I counted the river's syllables between my owns. 2. Reynolds. Ops again. No new words inside it. Only the shape of a man who doesn't want to be let out of an action. He'll have to write his name under. 1. I said, and cut. The line parted with a hiss you could feel in your teeth. The stretcher slid with a graze that didn't splash. The thing took the opening the way water takes shape, without drama, with certainty. The foil shucked from my fingers and bellied, once like a silver fish and then folded over itself and sank as if it had learned to be stone. Under the tarp, the lack of mass turned to absence. The river closed the space as if sewing. For one long second, no one moved. The uncle made a sound that was not a word and not a sob. Alice dropped to her knees and pressed both hands flat to the gravel, like she could feel whatever had passed. The intern gripped his line with the obedience of a man who has learned that if he cannot make the world sane, he can at least hold his corner. Sierra let her breath out in a measured strip. I did not yet know whether my hands were shaking. The knife in them told me they were not. The water darkened under the tarp, where shade ran deep against the bank. The surface did a thing I had seen only once, before at the lip of a limestone spring in a different park. Concentric rings that did not travel out, but in, collapsing into a center and vanishing there without a hole to claim. The fold admitting a letter and sealing. A heron farther downriver set its feet like punctuation and drew itself tall again, reassured that the grammar had returned. Ops swore. Goddammit, Reynolds. Not a shout, a statement of accounting. I prevented exposure, I said, calm in a voice I had not earned until that breath. It's photophobic. Keeping it here hurts it. We're not equipped for transport. The river isn't a lab. Sierra stood beside me without touching me and lifted her chin at Ops just enough to share my sentence. Have prevented harm, she said, giving him a box he could check that didn't require a new form, and maintained scene integrity. She added, because she is a generosity engine. We have foil with residue. We have audio. We have witnesses. We have the time. Ops looked at the uncle and at Alice and made the administrative calculus of whether saying anything to me in front of them would help. He didn't. We hold for wildlife, he said into the radio. And the radio made that little proud. click it makes when it has decided to be clear. We stayed under the tarp and watched the light slide on and off the water like it had forgotten where it was needed. County asked me for a statement. I gave them times and temperatures and the adjective. Reactive. Like a man throwing dry kindling onto a campfire and calling it shelter. Wildlife showed up, young and eager and already tired around the eyes, and took the foil from my hands with gloved care like it might bruise. The mylar had a film on it you could feel with your gloves. A faint grit like dried egg white. They bagged it and labeled it and told me they'd let me know. They will not. At 7023, a raft guide 2 miles downriver, radioed a snag report. Black hoodie sleeve caught on willow in a back eddy. Consistent with subject description. At 1450, a fisherman on the west bank found a body caught in a side channel, where the current has a habit of thinking about itself. We rowed the John boat over and did what men do. When they claim their own from water, we were gentle. We bagged. We hauled. We did not say his name aloud because names put hooks into rooms. The medic did his work with competence that felt like a prayer. Time of death went in a column. It matched Saturday evening. It did not match anything that had happened since dawn. That night Alice played me a voicemail time, stamped 05524, the exact minute the sun slid a blade over our gravel. The file was 15 seconds of river. At second 7 my own name sounded inside it with that flat, precise geometry that has moved into my bones. At second 9 a whisper said, cold, or Colin, and I'm old enough to know that a brain will choose whichever keeps the rest of you walking. She looked at me like I could fix audio with hands. I told her networks are strange in canyons and timestamps lie when signal bounces. I did not say anything about mouths that are seams. The report I filed would bore you weather, water temp, crew list, GPS, actions taken. Chain of custody numbers for the foil and the audio copy and a sketch of a tarp angle with the sun's path drawn like a child's sundial. I typed, released unknown object to river due to photophobic reaction, risk of harm high. Site conditions unsafe for retention. I signed it with a hand that only shook when I got to my own last name. Wildlife called 3 weeks later to say the mylar tested clean for anything simple and dirty. For everything complicated, silica, calcium, a trace of a protein signature like fish skin, and something like human nail, keratin smeared thin enough to be denial. The audio we forwarded to the university returned with a note that said, likely pareidolia, and a smiley face someone drew, so I would know they are nice. The county coroner wrote the word drowning in tidy letters and moved to the next folder, because that is how a job stays a job instead of a river. I've been on water every week since. The river didn't make me special. Rivers do not care. But I carry 2 new things in my kit now, an extra foil blanket, and a rule I will never write into in SOG, because doctrine should be boring and this is not. The rule is this: do not hold a thing in light that hurts it just so you can prove you saw it. The second rule is the same one I taught rookies before any of this. You do not answer when the river says your name. You keep your mouth shut and your hands busy and your lines clean, and you put the patient where the physics help. And when the river asks you for one more proof, you remember what you are. Only a man able to count to 3. The strangers at the pullouts will keep leaning past edges to get their photographs. Some will fall. Some will be found as soon as gravity finishes its sentence. Some the river will keep for a while the way a tongue keeps a seed whole. I will go when called with a coil of rope and a flat voice. And I will use the words that make sense to people, standing inside the worst moment in their lives. I will not tell them that water learns shapes, because that is not medicine. I will keep the sun on my shoulders as long as there is sun to carry. Once since that morning, at 5:24 on a day when light came rude and fast, the faucet in my kitchen coughed air, and then gave a thin stream that made a sound like a whisper practiced in metal. I shut it off with more care than a person should give a tap. I stood there and listened to pipes adjust themselves in the walls, and told myself what men tell themselves in houses where no one else sleeps. Plumbing is loud. I said my name aloud once to prove I owned it, and the room gave it back to me in my own voice. And I laughed in a way that made me check the blinds. I keep them open in the morning now. Sun finds the sink first. If you launch near 7 Mile, and the current carries you under that bridge, where swallows write their quick drafts in the air. Listen, not for miracles, for ordinary commands. Watch your trim, mind your lines, keep your weight low, respect the shadows undercut into the bank. They are mouths that do not belong to anything with a face. And if something under a tarp asks you for the one thing you can give it that will keep it from screaming, do not wait for a memo. Shade it. Let it slide. Write your report like a grown-up after. Let the river have back what it knows how to keep. My name is Evelyn Chase, and I have always considered myself someone who respects the wilderness. I was raised in northern Colorado, where mountains cut into the sky and rivers braid themselves through valleys. And from a young age I found peace beneath pine canopies and red sandstone cliffs. I am 32 years old now, and though I work as a freelance graphic designer, my true passion has never been screens or cities. It has always been escaping them. Whenever my deadlines loosen, I load up my old Subaru with gear and disappear into the national forests and canyons that stretch across Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. It was on one of these trips in the early summer of last year that I experienced something I cannot reconcile with logic or memory. I tell myself daily that I must have dreamt it, or suffered dehydration, or slipped into some delirium that produced hallucinations. But I know my body, and I know the difference between imagination and what my eyes saw. I wish I did not. I had planned a 4-day into the Escalante region of southern Utah. The desert there isn't barren. It is alive with strange textures, sheer cliffs of Navajo sandstone, twisting slot canyons, cottonwoods that gather near water, and night skies so open they feel almost intrusive. I intended to camp off trail, not in any of the marked campsites, because I prefer the quiet solitude where you can almost convince yourself you are the first human who has ever stood in that place. I carried a standard backpacking kit: tent, sleeping bag, filtration pump, food sealed tight, and a map I had studied carefully. The first night was ordinary. I hiked several miles off a marked trail and found a flat area beneath a jutting overhang of rock. The evening was cool, and I cooked my meal on a small stove while the desert darkened. Stars wheeled into position, brilliant and innumerable, and I slept without dreams. The second night, everything changed. I remember unzipping my tent sometime after dusk, crawling inside, and clicking off my headlamp. The silence of desert night settled around me, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of an insect. My last conscious thought was of how remote it felt, how I was likely miles from another living person. When I woke, I was no longer in the place where I had pitched my tent. At first, I didn't even notice. I rolled over, unzipped the flap, and was greeted not by the solitary stretch of sandstone and sagebrush where I had lain down, but by the orderly rows of a developed campground. It was impossible. I sat upright, my throat tight, scanning what spread before me. There were picnic tables, weathered wood with etched initials, metal fire pits ringed with gravel, grills cemented into the ground, trash bins lined neatly along a paved loop road, dozens of empty tent pads, arranged in perfect order, extended into the trees. And though the entire campground was deserted, every single fire pit still smoked. The sight was surreal, white tendrils of smoke rising lazily from blackened logs, the acrid tang of char filling the air. Yet there were no voices, no footsteps, no rangers or families or campers. Only the remnants of presence. Heat without people, fire without fire builders. I stumbled out of the tent, half expecting my head to throb from some unseen injury. The ground beneath my boots was not the sandy earth where I had set up camp. Instead, I stood on packed gravel. A parking pad for RVs stretched only a few yards away, painted lines crisp and clean. I spun in slow disbelief. This place was real, solid, tangible. But I knew the Escalante maps thoroughly. No developed campground existed within 10 miles of where I had chosen to sleep. I whispered aloud, as if saying it could make it truer. This isn't possible. The sun had not yet risen fully, but dawn light streaked across the horizon, casting everything in a cold gray. The smoke from the fire pits curled upward, as though dozens of campers had extinguished their flames only minutes before. I walked to the nearest fire pit, crouched, and pressed a hand close. The embers glowed faintly red. The heat stung my skin. Someone had been here. Many someones, but they had vanished in the narrow window between night and morning. There was no sound except for my own shallow breathing. I wandered deeper into the campground, my boots crunching on gravel. Row after row of sites appeared, all meticulously arranged. At one picnic table, a forgotten coffee mug rested on its side. At another, a plastic bag fluttered in the breeze, though the air was otherwise still. I found no vehicles, no tents, no human forms. Only absence. My sense of time collapsed. I tried to recall if I had heard anything in the night. A caravan of cars arriving, voices, laughter, but my memory was blank. I had fallen asleep in silence and woken into this impossible settlement. Panic began to scrape at my chest. I pulled out my map, unfolded it, and traced the lines with trembling fingers. There was no campground marked. Not here. Not anywhere near here. I tried my phone. Unsurprisingly, there was no service. The screen's clock told me it was 6:12 a.m. I wondered if that time even belonged to me anymore. I decided I had to leave. I slung my pack over my shoulders and followed the paved loop road, reasoning that it had to connect to something. Perhaps a highway, perhaps a ranger station. My boots echoed unnaturally against asphalt that had no right to exist in that desert backcountry. The smoke lingered behind me, faint columns rising into the brightening sky. The road curved gently, lined with numbered posts for each site. Site 17, Site 18, Site 19. The numbers continued, though I saw no end in sight. I walked faster. My breath fogged slightly in the morning chill. After perhaps 15 minutes, I realized something wrong. The sites were repeating. I passed Site 17 again, identical in every way, the same carved initials on the table, the same rust-streaked trash bin, the same smoldering logs arranged in the same pattern. I stopped dead, my pulse racing. Had I doubled back without realizing? No. I had been walking in one direction, never turning, never crossing a junction. Yet the landscape had folded upon itself, presenting the same sight again. I forced myself onward, now at a near jog. My eyes darted to each post as I passed, 1819, then back to 17. Again, the campground looped. Sweat pricked my temples. I spun in a circle, shouting into the emptiness. "Hello, is anyone here?" My voice bounced and faded. No reply came. I tried another strategy, cutting between sights rather than following the asphalt. I plunged through sparse trees, stumbling over roots, until I reached what should have been the far side. Yet as I emerged, I found myself once again on the loop road, staring at the marker for Site 17. I wanted to scream. Logic insisted there must be an explanation. Disorientation, a dream, carbon monoxide poisoning from my stove. But I had used it carefully. The burns on my fingers from the fire pit's heat were too real. I staggered back to my tent, thinking perhaps I could reset, pack, and force myself out in a straight line using my compass. But when I reached the spot where I had left my tent, my breath caught in my throat. It was gone. Not collapsed or moved. Simply absent. The patch of ground where I had unzipped it minutes earlier was bare gravel, indistinguishable from the rest. My pack still clung to my shoulders, but everything else, tent, sleeping bag, stove, had vanished without trace. I sank onto the picnic table, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped my compass. I forced myself to look at the needle. It spun in lazy circles, unable to find north. I felt eyes on me then, not the watchful presence of a passerby, but the oppressive weight of something unseen, something vast. It pressed down from all directions, as though the empty campground itself had grown aware of me. I scanned wildly, half expecting a figure to emerge from the smoke. Nothing moved. Only the smoldering fires continued their steady exhalation, each plume a reminder that people had been here recently, but were no longer. A sound broke the silence, a creak, metallic, like hinges shifting. I turned. At the far end of the road, one of the steel trash bin lids had opened slowly, rising as though tugged by invisible fingers. It hung open, yawning dark. I stared, paralyzed. Then it closed with a heavy clang. The echo traveled across the empty sites, and for the first time since waking, I felt the urge to run. I don't remember making the decision. One moment I was frozen at the table, and the next I was sprinting, boots hammering against asphalt, lungs burning. I didn't care where the loop led, whether it repeated endlessly or not. I only knew I had to keep moving, to deny the suffocating sense that the campground itself wanted me to stay. The smoke swirled around me as I passed. It clung to my clothes, to my hair, acrid and relentless. I ran until the sky shifted fully to morning blue, until my legs gave out, and I collapsed against another identical picnic table. My body trembled with exhaustion and fear. I had escaped nothing. In front of me stood Site 17. I sat slumped against the splintered wood of Site 17's picnic table, chest heaving as if I had sprinted miles, though in reality I'd only run myself in circles. Sweat chilled my skin, and the morning sun felt harsher than it should, glaring through the trees with a pale, washed-out light. The entire campground seemed suspended in a strange stillness, like a photograph that had forgotten to develop the people who should be inside it. For a long moment, I could not convince my body to move. My mind spun through every rational explanation I could conjure. Perhaps I had stumbled into a forgotten campground, one unlisted on modern maps, abandoned but still intact. that didn't explain the smoldering fires. Perhaps there was gas seeping from the earth, something disorienting me, causing confusion. That didn't explain the disappearing tent. The harder I searched for sense, the further it retreated. Eventually, survival instinct overpowered fear. I forced myself to stand. My legs wobbled, and I gripped the table edge until the dizziness passed. The loop of sights seemed endless, but maybe, just maybe, there was an exit road I hadn't yet reached. A campground had to connect to something. A ranger station, a highway. I decided to search more carefully, to fight panic with structure. I began walking, slower this time, marking my path with deliberate care. At each site, I dragged a boot across the gravel, gouging a line toward the road. When I reached the next number post, I repeated the mark. If I circled back to Site 17 again, I'd at least have proof. I made it as far as Site 24 before my heart sank. There it was, the same coffee mug lying on its side, the same initials carved deep into the table. My scuffed boot mark cut across the gravel exactly as I'd left it. I had looped again. I wanted to cry but forced the tears down. Panic was my enemy. I reminded myself of basic wilderness survival. Don't wander blindly, conserve energy, prioritize water. My filter pump and bottle were still in my pack. I unscrewed the lid, drank deeply, then clipped it back on. The taste of plastic and mineral tang grounded me, though not enough to erase the dread crawling through my gut. I tried to orient myself with landmarks, but everything was maddeningly uniform. Every site looked the same. Same trees, same gravel pads, same weathered tables. The only unique detail was the smoke, but even that swirled in identical patterns. Finally, I sat cross, legged in the gravel, and forced myself to think differently. If walking the loop only brought me back, then perhaps I needed to move against it. Cut deeper into the trees, not just between sites but farther, in one unbroken line. My compass needle still spun, but I could at least choose a direction and hold it. I rose, picked a bearing at random, and marched into the trees. The air was cool and dry, carrying faint ash with every breath. I counted steps. 50, then 100. At 200, my calves burned. At 300, I broke through a screen of brush and found myself staring into Site 17. The sight was like a physical blow. My knees buckled, and I nearly collapsed. My boot marks slashed across the gravel in front of me. The universe mocked me with its sameness. That was when I noticed something new. The smoke in this fire pit did not drift lazily upward. Instead, it poured downward, curling into the pit as though the air itself were reversed. The ashes swirled like water sucked into a drain. I staggered closer, my breath caught in my throat. I felt no breeze, yet the smoke flowed against nature's law. The pit's embers pulsed, brighter than before, glowing an angry orange. A low sound began, faint at first, like distant wind. But the longer I stared, the clearer it became. It wasn't wind, it was whispering. Dozens of voices murmured beneath the crackle of coals. Too low to discern words, but rising and falling in a rhythm like a chant. I stumbled backward, heart slamming against my ribs. My heel caught on the gravel, and I nearly fell into the pit. The voices grew louder as though aware of me. Then, as suddenly as they began, they stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I turned and fled, running with reckless speed. Branches slashing at my arms as I plunged deeper into the trees. I didn't care if I looped again. I only needed distance from that whispering pit. My lungs burned, but fear drove me forward. When I finally stopped, gasping, the world around me was different. The trees had thinned. The ground sloped downward, leading into a shallow basin. And in the center of that basin was a structure. At first I thought it was another picnic shelter. But as I drew closer, I saw it wasn't built for comfort. 4 blackened posts rose from the ground, charred as if by fire, connected overhead by a sagging beam. Chains hung from each corner, swaying gently though no wind stirred. Beneath them lay a circle of ash. My stomach twisted. It looked less like a campsite and more like a place of execution. I crept closer despite every instinct screaming to run. The ash circle smelled fresh, pungent and sharp. My eyes watered. Something metallic glinted half buried in the dirt. I knelt and brushed it free. It was a key. A simple brass key, tarnished cold in my palm. No tag, no markings. I didn't know why, but I slipped it into my pocket, unable to leave it behind. As I stood, the chains rattled faintly, as though stirred by invisible hands. My chest tightened. I backed away, eyes fixed on the structure, until trees swallowed it from view. By then the sun had risen high, though its light seemed wrong. Too pale, too thin, like a copy of daylight. Hunger gnawed at me. I reached into my pack for a protein bar, but when I tore it open, the smell made my stomach revolt. It reeked of rot, though the wrapper was sealed. I threw it aside, gagging. The world here wanted me weak. I pressed on, stumbling through brush, following no road, no pattern. My legs ached, and my throat dried quickly. I drank sparingly from my bottle, dread growing as the level dropped. Eventually, I pushed through a screen of pines and froze. Ahead lay the campground road. Site 17 waited, but it wasn't the same. The fire pit now blazed with full flame, logs stacked high though I had seen them reduced to ash. Smoke poured skyward, thick and black. The initials carved in the table seemed deeper, fresher as if gouged only moments ago. And someone was sitting at the table. A man. He was dressed in a flannel shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows. His skin was pale, his hair dark, his back turned to me. He sat perfectly still, staring into the fire. Relief and terror clashed inside me. I wasn't alone, but nothing about this was safe. I hesitated, pulse roaring in my ears. Then I forced myself to step forward, crunching gravel beneath my boots. The man turned his head. His face was wrong. Not grotesque, not monstrous. Just blurred, as if I were seeing him through warped glass. His eyes, nose, mouth refused to focus, shifting subtly each time I blinked. Yet I felt his gaze lock onto me with piercing clarity. He smiled. The fire roared higher, embers spiraling upward. My voice cracked as words passed my throat. "Who are you?" The blurred face tilted, almost curious. Then, in a voice both distant and intimate, the man spoke. "You shouldn't be here." The words froze me. My fingers dug into the strap of my pack. "I didn't choose this," I whispered. His smile widened. "That doesn't matter." I took a step back. The gravel shifted beneath me. The air thickened with smoke. "What is this place?" I demanded, my voice louder now, desperation breaking through fear. The man's features shimmered, flickering like heat waves. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed dozens of faces overlaying his. Men, women, children, all staring, all smiling the same smile. "This is where they stay," he said softly. "And now it is where you stay." The flames leapt higher, heat blasting against my skin. My throat burned with the taste of ash. I turned and ran, though some part of me knew it was useless. The last thing I heard before the smoke swallowed me was his voice, calm and final. "There is no leaving." Smoke swallowed me as I ran. It coiled around my face, choking my throat, stinging my eyes until tears streamed down my cheeks. Every breath felt thick, like I was inhaling soot instead of air. My lungs screamed for oxygen, but still I pushed forward, desperate for escape, for any break in this endless campground that refused to release me. I burst through a screen of trees and stumbled onto the road again. The smoke thinned, but despair replaced relief when I saw the marker, Site 17. Always Site 17. It was waiting for me like a predator crouched in the dark. But the table was empty now. No man, no blurred face. Only the fire pit still burning as though it had never gone out. The logs cracked and hissed, flames unnaturally tall. I staggered back, shaking my head, whispering to myself like a prayer. It isn't real. It isn't real. My fingernails dug into the straps of my pack. The brass key in my pocket pressed against my thigh with every trembling movement. For reasons I couldn't explain, I clung to the thought that the key mattered, that it had to be connected to a way out. I turned my back on the fire and walked, not running this time. Running only brought me back to the same spot, gasping and broken. I forced myself to move deliberately, step by step, counting silently, clutching the key in my pocket. 100, 200, 300 steps. My head pounded with every number. At 400, I saw something new. The road curved differently, sloping downward into a stretch of pines denser than the others. The air felt heavier there, darker, though the sun was still high overhead. My heart raced. Variation meant hope. I followed it. Gravel crunching beneath my boots, sweat slicking my palms. The road ended at a building. It looked like a ranger station, small and squat, with a peaked roof and log siding weathered gray. A faded sign above the door read Siakan. My throat tightened with hope so fierce it hurt. I stumbled forward, fumbling for the handle locked. My hand shot to my pocket. The key. It slid into the lock as though made for it. My fingers shook as I turned. The mechanism clicked. The door swung inward with a long groan. Inside, the air was cold and stale, carrying the scent of mildew and ash. Dust coated every surface, thick enough to leave finger trails. The front desk stretched across the room. A ledger open on its surface, pages yellowed with age. A corkboard hung behind it, covered in faded notices. Quiet hours, fire restrictions, campsite maps. I stepped inside, heart hammering. This was proof. The campground was real, not hallucination. Someone had built it, staffed it, kept records. Maybe there was a radio, a phone, something to connect me back to the world I knew. I approached the ledger. Names filled the columns in looping handwriting, family after family, dates scrawled beside them. The last page caught my breath. The date was 2 days ago, and the final name written there was mine. Evelyn Chase. The pen strokes matched my own handwriting. I staggered back, the ledger slamming shut with a puff of dust. My stomach turned. I hadn't written that. I couldn't have. Yet there it was, ink sunk deep into paper. Something creaked behind me. I froze. Slowly I turned. At the far corner of the station, a door stood ajar. Darkness pooled beyond it, deeper than shadow should allow. From within came a faint rustling, like fabric dragging across wood. I backed away, heart thundering. My instinct screamed not to look closer, not to see what waited, but curiosity. The same stubborn curiosity that had always driven me into wild places, kept my feet rooted. The rustling grew louder. A whisper threaded through it, the same cadence I'd heard in the fire pit. Dozens of voices overlapping, low and urgent. They weren't words I knew, but they carried weight, a rhythm that felt older than language itself. The key burned against my thigh. Without realizing, I had drawn it from my pocket. The brass glowed faintly in the dim light, warm in my palm. My breath hitched. It wasn't just for the front door. It was for this one. I stepped forward. Each movement felt like surrender. The whispers rose, eager now, almost jubilant. My hand trembled as I pushed the door open. Darkness swallowed me whole. The air inside was damp, thick with rot. My eyes adjusted slowly, shapes emerging. It was a basement, stone walls slick with moisture, the ceiling low. Chains dangled from hooks, their ends clinking softly as though stirred by unseen hands. In the center of the floor lay a circle of ash, identical to the one I'd seen outside. But this one wasn't empty. Figures stood around it, dozens of them. They weren't solid, not entirely. Their edges blurred like the man's face at Site 17, their forms shifting, overlapping. Some were tall, others small, but all turned toward me as one. Their mouths moved in unison, chanting in that same alien rhythm. Their eyes burned faint white, glowing faintly in the gloom. I stumbled backward, but the door had closed behind me. My hand scrabbled for the knob. Gone. Only cold stone under my fingers. The chanting rose, filling the room, rattling the chains. My chest heaved with terror, and the key seared my palm like it was alive. Instinct told me to drop it, but I couldn't. It clung to my hand, bound to me. The figures stepped closer. Their mouths split wider, the sound drilling into my skull. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the chanting wasn't only sound. It was inside me, vibrating in my bones. Stop! I screamed, my voice cracking. What do you want from me? The figures froze. As one, they raised their arms and pointed at the circle of ash. My legs shook. No, I whispered. The chanting resumed, louder than before. The air thickened, pressing against my skin, forcing me forward inch by inch. My heels dug into the stone, but the pressure was irresistible. The key pulsed with heat, unbearable now. My fingers uncurled despite myself, dropping it into the circle. The chanting stopped. The ash flared with blinding light. When my vision cleared, the figures were gone. The circle was empty. The basement was silent. I staggered, gasping, my hand blistered where the key had been. My heart raced, waiting for the next horror to emerge. But nothing came, only silence. Then I noticed the door. It was back. The knob glinted faintly in the gloom. I lunged, wrenching it open, and burst into the daylight outside. The air was sharp, clean free of smoke. I doubled over, sobbing with relief. When I raised my head, the campground was gone. No road, no sights, no numbered posts. Only open desert stretched around me. Red cliffs glowing in the afternoon sun. My knees buckled, and I collapsed onto sand and sagebrush. My pack thudded against the ground. I was back. Or at least, I was somewhere that looked like the world I had left. I stumbled to my feet, dizzy, disoriented. The horizon stretched empty, but familiar. Rock formations I recognized from my map, the Escalante wilderness I had meant to camp in. My compass needle pointed north again. Steady. My map aligned. Everything made sense. It's because when I looked back, where the ranger station should have been, there was nothing. Only a patch of blackened ground, a circle of ash. And in the center of it lay the brass key. I didn't touch it. I turned and walked, forcing myself forward with every ounce of strength. Hours later, I stumbled onto a marked trail. The sight of boot prints in the dust nearly broke me with relief. By dusk, I reached my car. I drove until the sun set, until stars glittered above. until I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open. I have not returned to the desert since. I tell myself it was a hallucination, that I ate something spoiled, breathed something toxic, lost myself in fever. That explanation keeps me functioning, though I don't believe it. The burns on my palm are still there, pale scars in the shape of the key. Sometimes, at night, I wake choking on the smell of smoke. I glance at my bedside clock and always find the same numbers glowing 6-12. The time I woke that morning to find myself in a campground that doesn't exist. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I hear the faint rattle of chains waiting for me to return. My name is Jonah Price, and I have served as a park ranger in Denali National Park for nearly 9 years. I was 35 years old when the events I am about to describe took place. And while my profession has exposed me to the vast beauty and the equally vast dangers of Alaska's wilderness, nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I encountered. Wolves are a constant presence in this region, majestic, cunning, and deeply tied to the land in ways that both command respect and inspire fear. Yet the wolf that visited me one night at my campfire was unlike any creature I had ever read about, studied, or heard from colleagues. It was not simply an animal. It was something else entirely. The evening had started in a way I had come to think of as routine. My assignment was to monitor a stretch of backcountry where visitors occasionally wandered too far, often underestimating the distance between marked trails and the unforgiving remoteness beyond them. I had hiked deep into the area with my pack, rifle and radio, setting up a small camp for 2 nights. The day had been crisp but calm. I had seen signs of moose near a river crossing, and ravens circled overhead, as they always seemed to do in Denali's vastness. When twilight fell, I built a fire to keep myself warm and ward off whatever wildlife might decide to get curious. The first sign that something was different that night was the silence. Usually, as the fire crackled and I cooked my dinner, beans and dried meat, the wilderness around me would come alive with its nocturnal orchestra. The wind sighing through black spruce, the occasional howl from a distant wolf pack, the scurry of hares darting through the underbrush. But that night, the air seemed to hold its breath. The only sound was the pop of the firewood, sharp and lonely against the darkening sky. I had been writing notes in my field journal when I noticed movement just outside the circle of firelight. At first, I assumed it was a fox. Their red coats often glint faintly, even in dim light, and they were known scavengers of ranger camps. But as the figure drew closer, I recognized the unmistakable shape of a wolf. It moved with deliberate slowness, its paws soundless against the ground. Its fur was a smoky gray, mottled with darker streaks, and its eyes gleamed faintly, catching the fire's glow. Instinctively, I reached for my rifle. Wolves rarely approach humans so boldly. They are cautious, keeping their distance even when curious. This one did not hesitate. I kept my hand near the weapon, watching as the animal walked directly into the glow of my fire, its gaze fixed on me. Instead of circling warily or stopping short, the wolf came close enough to feel the warmth of the flames. And then, with a strange composure that made my skin prickle, it sat down. I froze. Every part of me screamed that something was wrong. My rational mind tried to supply explanations. Rabies, injury, hunger. But none of those would explain what happened next. The wolf tilted its head slightly, as if regarding me not as prey or threat, but as an equal. Then, in a voice that was neither growl nor snarl, but high and fragile like a child's whisper, it spoke. "Help me." The sound was faint, almost lost to the wind. My first thought was that exhaustion had warped my senses. I had spent hours trekking through uneven terrain, and fatigue often plays cruel tricks on the mind. But then the wolf opened its mouth again. "Please." The voice was unmistakable now. It was not my imagination, nor the distortion of firelight and shadow. The words came from its jaws, from behind its blood-stained teeth. The smell hit me a moment later, the hot, iron reek of blood on its breath, so strong it made my stomach tighten. I did not move. My rifle rested against my knee, my hand still hovering near it, but I could not bring myself to act. There are many things a ranger expects in the backcountry weather. That turns without warning, wild animals defending their territory, tourists making foolish mistakes. But this broke every rule of nature I had come to rely on. The wolf lowered its head slightly, and in the firelight I saw something that unsettled me more deeply than its words. Its eyes did not gleam like the reflective gaze of an animal. They looked human, not in shape or form, but in their depth. There was recognition in them, awareness beyond instinct. And there was something else. Fear. My heart thudded so loudly I thought it might startle the creature. I forced myself to speak, my voice rough from disuse. "What are you?" The wolf blinked slowly. For a moment, I thought it would answer. Instead, it let out a long, trembling exhale that sounded too much like a sob. Then it repeated, barely audible, "Help me." The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The wolf flinched, though only slightly, its gaze darting toward the shadows beyond the fire's circle. I followed its look, but the night beyond was impenetrable. Every instinct told me I should leave. Pack up, douse the fire, retreat to safer ground. Yet I sat frozen, torn between the urge to flee and the terrible gravity of what I was witnessing. I had devoted my life to protecting the park, to understanding its creatures and preserving its balance. But this wolf did not belong to any balance I understood. I tried again, my throat tight. "What do you need help with?" The wolf's ears twitched, its body tensing. Its gaze shifted nervously toward the tree line again, as if something out there stalked closer. It made a low, whining sound, then whispered, "They're coming." The words chilled me more than the night air. My skin prickled, and I instinctively tightened my grip on the rifle. "Who's coming?" I asked. The wolf did not answer. Instead, it rose to its feet, circling the fire once, its movements restless and urgent. The shadows seemed to thicken around us, and I could no longer shake the feeling that I was being watched. The silence of the forest pressed closer, heavy and unnatural. Then the wolf stopped, directly across from me, its gaze meeting mine with a desperate intensity. It took one step closer, and I could see blood matting its fur around, the muzzle staining the gray into black. It lowered its head as if to bow, and whispered again, so softly this time that I barely heard the words over the crackling fire. "Don't let them take me." I opened my mouth to reply, but a sudden sound from the trees cut me short. It was faint at first, like branches shifting. But then it grew into something heavier, more deliberate. Footsteps. Not the light tread of an animal, but something larger, measured, and far too coordinated to belong to a moose or bear. The wolf's ears flattened. It backed away from the fire, its body trembling. I rose slowly, lifting my rifle, straining to see into the darkness. The footsteps stopped just beyond the edge of light. For a long, unbearable moment, nothing moved. Then, from somewhere in the shadows, a voice echoed. It was deep, distorted, as if carried through water, but unmistakably human. "Give it back." My grip tightened on the rifle stock. The fire hissed as a gust of wind swept through camp, scattering embers. The wolf whined low in its throat, backing closer toward me, its shoulder brushing against my leg as though seeking protection. I had no words. I only knew that the wilderness around me had shifted into something unrecognizable, and I was standing on the edge of an encounter that defied everything I had ever believed. The voice came again, louder this time, closer. "Give it back." The forest seemed to lean inward. My heart hammered as I realized that whatever had spoken was not alone. There were others out there, hidden just beyond the circle of firelight. And the wolf beside me, trembling, whispering in a child's broken voice, was at the center of it all. I stood rooted to the ground, rifle raised, staring into the darkness where the voice had come from. The fire's glow seemed feeble now, as if the night itself pressed down on it, threatening to snuff it out. My training told me to call over the radio, to alert the base that something strange and possibly dangerous was happening. But my instincts warned me that breaking the silence, even with a radio crackle, would only draw whoever lurked beyond the trees closer. The wolf pressed against me, trembling. Its fur bristled, and I could feel the rapid thrum of its heart through its ribs. I had spent enough time around wolves to know their strength, their resilience. They were not creatures easily cowed. Yet this one shivered like a frightened child. Another voice rose from the tree line, different from the first. This one was higher, rasping, and it carried an edge of mockery. "You can't keep it." The words drifted through the forest like smoke, thin and unnatural, and I felt the sting of cold sweat break across my back. I tried to spot movement, any sign of figures between the trees, but the shadows seemed alive, bending and twisting to conceal whoever, or whatever, was watching. The wolf whimpered, and to my shock, pressed its muzzle against my leg, as if begging me for shelter. Its hot breath reeked of blood, the smell so strong it burned my nostrils. I wanted to recoil, but instead I found myself lowering my rifle slightly, torn between instinctive fear and a duty I did not understand. This animal had spoken to me, asked me for help. I couldn't bring myself to abandon it. Summoning what courage I could, I called into the darkness. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, betraying my unease. The forest answered with silence, heavy and suffocating. Then the first voice spoke again, closer now. "Give it back, or we'll take you too." The fire spat sparks as another gust swept through camp. My pulse thundered in my ears. I raised the rifle again, finger grazing the trigger, but I did not fire. Whoever they were, they wanted the wolf. That much was clear. The question clawed at me, why? I looked down at the animal pressed against me. Its eyes met mine, luminous with terror, and once again it whispered, "Please." The sound cracked like glass, fragile and desperate. My options spun wildly through my mind. I could chase the wolf away, force it back into the woods, and hope that would appease whatever stalked us. Or I could stand my ground, protected as I would any injured creature in the park, though my gut told me this was no ordinary case of wildlife rescue. Both choices felt like gambles, and both could cost me my life. I tightened my grip on the rifle and spoke again, louder this time, trying to project authority I did not feel. "Stay where you are." This is protected land. Show yourselves! For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then, from beyond the firelight, I heard it laughter. Not one voice, but many, layered and overlapping, spilling through the trees in a chilling chorus. It wasn't the hearty laughter of people around a campfire. It was hollow, ragged, and cruel. The wolf crouched lower, tail tucked, ears flattened. Its trembling worsened. The laughter faded, replaced by that same distorted command. Give it back. I could not tell how many voices spoke now, but the words swelled together as if spoken by a single mouth that did not belong to a single being. My resolve cracked. I bent toward the wolf, whispering fiercely, "What are they? What do they want from you?" The wolf's head jerked toward me, and for a moment, I thought it would finally give me an answer beyond that single plea. Its jaws parted, its eyes glistening. They took me. It breathed. They made me this. Don't let them. The words cut off with a strangled whine. Its body jerked, fur rippling, as though invisible hands pulled at it. It yelped and scrambled closer to the fire, circling me in panic. Branches cracked in the woods. The sound was deliberate now, closing in. I swung the rifle in that direction, my chest heaving. That was when I saw them. Shapes moved just beyond the glow, sliding between the trees. At first, I thought they were people. Tall, thin silhouettes with long arms that swayed unnaturally. But the longer I stared, the less certain I became. Their outlines wavered, as if they were made of smoke or mist. Eyes glinted among them, dozens of eyes, each pair reflecting the fire in pale, milky gleams. One shape stepped closer, close enough for me to glimpse its face, or what passed for one. It was stretched, blurred, features too faint to fix upon, and yet I felt it smiling. The wolf shrieked. Not a howl, but a shrill, broken cry that cut through my bones. I clamped my hands to my ears, the rifle slipping dangerously. Give it back. The voices thundered in unison. The ground seemed to vibrate with the sound, the fire whipping violently as though the air itself recoiled. No, I shouted, without knowing why. The word burst from me, raw and instinctive, as if refusing them was the only choice that would keep me human. The shapes surged forward. I raised the rifle, fired once into the darkness. The crack split the night, and the recoil jolted through me. Sparks of gunpowder stung my face, the echo crashing through the trees. For an instant, the figures wavered, their outlines rippling like disturbed water. Then they melted back into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Silence rushed in again. The forest held its breath. Smoke curled from the rifle barrel as I lowered it with trembling hands. My ears rang from the shot. The acrid smell of powder thickened my nose. The wolf pressed against me again, its sides heaving, and when it lifted its head, I saw tears, real tears, sliding from its eyes. They won't stop, it whispered. I swallowed hard, scanning the trees. My eyes caught only blackness. The voices were gone, but I felt them still, lingering just beyond sight. Watching, waiting. My instincts screamed to pack up, leave the fire behind, retreat to the safety of a ranger station or outpost. But another part of me knew I couldn't. Whatever this was, it had singled me out, drawn me in. Abandoning the wolf now felt like signing my own death warrant. I crouched low, trying to steady my voice. What do they want from you? The wolf shook, its ears flicking nervously, and finally, it spoke again. They take voices. They take faces. They take what makes us whole. It shuddered, lowering its head. They took mine, gave me this. The words left me speechless, My mind reeled, struggling to fit them into any rational framework. Yet as I stared at the trembling creature, heard its fragile, human-like tone, I could not deny the truth before me. Something in these woods had twisted this wolf into an abomination of pleading words and terrified eyes. The fire snapped sharply, startling me back into motion. I forced myself to think practically. "We have to move," I said, more to myself than to the creature. "We can't stay here." The wolf glanced at me, then toward the darkness, as if weighing whether I was truly capable of protecting it. At last, it gave a faint nod, an almost human gesture that made my blood run cold. I doused the fire quickly, scattering embers, scapping them into the dirt. The darkness rushed in, oppressive, my headlamp the only light now. I slung my pack over one shoulder, rifle in the other hand, and motioned for the wolf to follow. It padded close behind me, every step wary, ears swiveling toward the woods. I led us away from the campsite, deeper into the backcountry, hoping distance might buy us some safety. My boots crunched over frost, hardened soil, each sound amplified in the silence. For nearly half an hour, we moved like this, tense and silent. I checked behind us constantly, but the forest gave nothing away. My every nerve screamed that we were not alone, that the eyes still followed. At last, we reached a ridge overlooking a frozen creek. I paused to catch my breath, scanning the shadows. The wolf crept beside me, its breath pluming white in the frigid air. I dared to whisper, "Why did you come to me?" The wolf turned its gaze on me, and for the first time, its voice something stronger than fear. "Because you can hear." I frowned. "Hear what?" The wolf lifted its head, ears perked, eyes wide. "Them, they call. Most don't hear. You did. That means they'll never let you go." The words dropped like stones into my chest. The forest around us seemed to lean closer again, branches rattling though no wind stirred. Then, from behind us, back the way we had come, the voices rose once more. Louder, clearer, no longer whispers. "Give it back." The sound rolled through the trees, and this time, it was not distant. It was everywhere. The wolf whimpered, backing against my legs. My grip tightened on the rifle. I realized with sudden, chilling clarity that this was no longer just about saving a wolf from whatever horror had twisted it. The moment I heard its voice, I had stepped into something far older, far darker, and now it had its grip on me as well. The voices closed in around us, rising from every direction, echoing through the blackness like a storm of whispers tearing through the trees. My breath caught in my throat as I swung my rifle, trying to pin down where they were coming from. Each time I thought I had fixed a direction, the sound shifted, drifting to the opposite side, circling me like a predator I could not see. The wolf pressed hard against my legs, whimpering. I could feel its body trembling, though the sound of its voice was gone now, as if even it feared to break the chorus that flooded the forest. "Give it back, give it back, give it back." The repetition hammered into me, each word vibrating through my ribs, shaking the air until it felt heavy enough to crush me. I clamped my teeth together, fighting to steady myself. My training had drilled me to face fear, to stand firm in the wilderness, but this was no storm or grizzly bear. This was something unnatural, something that had rooted itself in the dark place where reason faltered. The wolf looked up at me, eyes glistening in the beam of my headlamp. Its mouth moved, lips curling in desperation, and in that brittle, childlike tone it whispered, "Run." I did not hesitate. My boots dug into the earth, and I surged forward down the ridge, rifle clutched tight. The wolf bolted at my side, paws pounding the frozen soil. Behind us, the voices swelled, no longer calm commands but shrieking demands, overlapping, breaking apart into raw, jagged noise. The terrain pitched steeply downward, and I stumbled, sliding through patches of snow and dead leaves. Branches clawed at my arms and face, ripping the skin, but I did not slow. My only thought was distance, putting space between myself and those voices. The wolf darted ahead, weaving through the trees with uncanny speed, pausing only to look back as if urging me on. My lungs burned, and each breath cut like glass in the freezing air. Still, I ran. At last, the ground leveled near the frozen creek I had seen earlier. I staggered to a halt, doubled over, my chest heaving. The wolf circled me, restless, ears twitching toward the woods. For a moment, the voices had faded, swallowed by distance or drowned by the pounding of blood in my ears. I dared to hope we had shaken them. Then the air grew cold. Not the ordinary chill of Alaskan night, but a sudden, brutal drop that sank into my bones. Frost bloomed across the surface of the creek with a sharp, crackling sound. My breath plumed thicker, hanging in the air like smoke. The wolf froze, head snapping up, fur bristling. From the far side of the creek, the shapes emerged. They slid between the trees, tall and thin, their bodies swaying as though pulled by invisible strings. There were more now. Dozens, maybe more than I could count. Their faces remained blurred, stretched, but their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the pale moonlight. And from every mouth, in unison, came that broken command. "Give it back." The wolf whimpered, stepping closer to me, its body shaking with terror. I raised my rifle again, though my hands trembled so violently I could barely keep the barrel steady. I knew a bullet would not stop them. My shot back at the campsite had driven them off for a moment, but these things were not flesh and blood. They were shadows wearing the suggestion of faces, voices twisted into shapes no human tongue should make. Still, I aimed, finger tight on the trigger, because it was the only weapon I had. The figures drew closer, moving in unnatural, jerking strides, as though time skipped with each of their steps. The wolf cried out, its voice breaking into words. "Don't let them take me. What do I do?" I shouted, my voice raw, desperate. Its gaze locked onto mine, wild and pleading. "Keep me in the fire. Only fire." The words struck something in me, a spark of memory. In every culture I had ever studied, fire had been more than survival. It had been protection, a barrier against darkness, against the unknown. Perhaps whatever had twisted this wolf feared fire, feared its cleansing light. But there was no fire here. Only the dead cold creek and the suffocating shadows drawing closer. I dropped to my knees, tearing through my pack with frantic hands. Matches, lighter, fuel, anything. My fingers closed around a small tin of waterproof matches, the kind every ranger carried for emergencies. I snatched it out, struck one against the tin strip. The flame flared to life, tiny and fragile against the night. The effect was immediate. The figures froze, their eyes flaring brighter. The chorus of voices fractured into snarls, hisses, as if the flame had burned them from a distance. The wolf pressed closer, eyes fixed on the tiny fire in my hand. More. I yanked open the pack again, pulling free a small camping stove and the half-empty bottle of fuel I carried. My hands shook so badly I nearly spilled it, but I managed to pour a ragged line of liquid across the frozen ground. Then, praying it would be enough, I dropped the match. The fire raced along the fuel, flaring bright orange against the snow. Heat licked at my face, and the shadows recoiled, jerking back as if the flames had teeth. Their voices rose to a screech, overlapping, breaking apart into incoherent sound. "Give it back! Give it back!"
Give it back!
I staggered to my feet, rifle clutched in one hand, staring as the figures writhed just beyond the line of fire. They stretched and twisted, their shapes bending impossibly, as though something inside them fought to escape. The air trembled with their fury, but they did not cross the flames. The wolf stood at my side, eyes locked on the fire, its voice breaking again. "Don't let them take me. Please." I turned to it, my chest aching with the weight of a decision I did not understand. "What are you? What did they do to you?" Its gaze softened, and for the first time, I thought I saw something almost human flicker there. "I was like you." The words, my stomach nodded as the implication sank in. Whatever these things were, they could take a person, hollow them out, twist them into something else. And this wolf, this trembling, pleading creature, had once been one of us. My knees weakened. The fire hissed, the shadows shrieking as they circled. I knew the fuel would not last long. Already, the flames licked hungrily, thinning at the edges. When it died, they would surge in, and neither I nor the wolf would stand a chance. The wolf seemed to sense it too. It looked up at me, eyes glistening, and whispered, "Burn me." The words hit harder than the cold. My throat closed, refusing to form a reply. "Burn me, before they take me back." Its voice cracked, desperation spilling through. "Only fire can end it. Please." I shook my head violently. "I can't. You must." Its tone sharpened louder now, the words scraping like claws against my mind. "If they take me, they'll take you too. They've seen you. They've heard you. Burn me." The fire sputtered, dwindling as the fuel burned out. The shadows pressed closer, their eyes glowing brighter, their shapes twitching with anticipation. The voices rose in unison, shaking the ground, tearing through the trees. "Givrifbe." My hands shook as I raised the rifle again, but this time I did not aim at the darkness. I aimed at the creature pressed against me, the wolf whose trembling body shielded me, whose terrified eyes pleaded for release. Tears blurred my vision. My finger curled against the trigger. For a heartbeat, I hesitated, my mind screaming to find another way. But in my chest, a terrible certainty took root. There was no other way. "I'm sorry," I whispered. The wolf lowered its head, eyes closing. "Thank you." I fired. The shot tore through the night. The wolf collapsed instantly, its body crumpling beside me. Blood spilled dark across the snow, steaming in the cold air. The shadows shrieked, their chorus breaking into a frenzy. The fire flared as if feeding on the wolf's last breath, bursting brighter higher. The figures reeled back, twisting, screaming as they dissolved into smoke. One by one they collapsed inward, vanishing into the night. Then silence. The fire guttered. Sparks flickering upward, then died. Only the faint glow of my headlamp remained. I stood trembling, rifle hanging limp in my hands, staring at the still form of the wolf. Its eyes were closed, its body at last free of its trembling. The forest lay quiet around me, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. I do not know how long I stood there, staring. Time seemed to stretch and break. At last, I forced myself to move. I shouldered my pack, slung the rifle, and began the long, hollow trek back toward the ranger station. Each step echoed with the memory of that fragile voice, whispering for help. When I finally returned, pale and hollow, my fellow rangers asked what had happened. I told them only part of the truth, that a lone wolf had wandered too close, that I had been forced to put it down. They accepted it. After all, wolves were common here. Encounters were part of the job. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. And every night since, when the wind stirs the trees and distant howls echo through the wilderness, I hear it again. That trembling voice, childlike and broken, help me, and I wonder if I saved it or damned myself.